Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today?
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster,
Aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience,
Serving you with the different skills learned and have fun together.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. I am Sir Edward P. Cruz, your teacher broadcaster for Grade 8 English, and for this 25 minutes episode. A great afternoon to all our listeners and viewers out there, especially to our grade 8 learners. Today is March 2, 2021, Tuesday. How have you been doing lately, students? I know you really miss going to school, chatting with your friends and classmates, greeting your teachers personally, and of course, learning in your best way. Don't worry, my dear students, for this hour, we will make your time a fruitful one. So please stay tuned and be with me all throughout these 25 minutes episodes. Before we start to unfold our lesson, I want you to prepare your materials, your pen, and paper along with your learning modules so that you can take down important notes. To begin with, try to accomplish this initial activity that I am about to give. Don't worry, students. This is just a guessing activity. If you get the right answer, very good. If not, it's still very good. Why? Because this activity's purpose is just to help you link to the concepts and give ideas that you need to understand to our discussion later on. Are you ready? Okay, let's do this. For activities directions, choose the biases that match the subject. To our listeners, write your answer in your answer sheet, and to our viewers via Facebook, you can comment your answer in our chat box. Number 1. Kapampangans are known to be the most religious people in the country. Here are the choices. A. Most religious. B. Kapampangans. C. People. D. Country. I repeat. Kapampangans are known to be the most religious people in the country. A. Most religious. B. Kapampangans. C. People. D. Country. What is your answer, students? Very good. The answer is letter A. Most religious. You can see that on our screen. Next, number 2. A prepaid card is definitely better than a postpaid SIM card. Here are the choices. A. Prepaid. B. Better. C. Than. D. SIM. Again, for number 2, a prepaid card is definitely better than a postpaid SIM card. A. Prepaid. B. Better. C. Than. D. SIM. What is the answer? Good job! The answer is letter B, better. Now let's proceed to number 3. Modular learning is the most appropriate learning modality in the new normal education. Here are the choices. Letter A, delivery. B, modular learning. C, most appropriate. D, new normal. Again, modular learning is the most appropriate learning modality in the new normal education. Letter A, delivery. B, modular learning. C, most appropriate. D, new normal. What is your answer? That's right. The answer is letter C, most appropriate. Moving on to number 4. Eating fruits is the only way to live healthy. Here are the choices. Letter A, only way. B, fruits. C, healthy. D, eating. Again, eating fruits is the only way to live healthy. Letter A, only way. B, fruits. C, healthy. D, eating. What is the answer? The answer is letter A, only way. That's great. And now, the last but not the least, number 5. Online teaching is more effective than face-to-face teaching. Here are the choices. Letter A, face-to-face. Letter B, teaching. Letter C, online teaching. Letter D, more effective. I repeat, online teaching is more effective than face-to-face teaching. Letter A, face-to-face. Letter B, teaching. C, online teaching. D, more effective. What is the answer? Very good. The answer is letter D, more effective. If you got all the correct answers, students, good job. And for those who did not, it's okay. You can still make up for our next activities. Did you understand? Now, what have you noticed on your initial activity? Aren't the correct answers showing biases to the subject of statement? They are actually what we call the author's biases. So our lesson for this hour is all about examining biases for or against made by the author. This time, let's discuss examining biases for or against made by the author. And here are the lesson's objectives. First objective, identify example of bias. And the second objective, examine bias in various texts. We have only 2 objectives for this lesson. Now let's proceed to the definition of bias. What is bias? Bias in writing can be defined as a prejudice against something an author is writing about. What does prejudice mean? It is a preconceived opinion that is not based on reason or actual experience. Next, Favoritism for something an author is writing about. What does it mean? An author gives unfair, preferential treatment to a person or something at the expense of another. Next, an author's feelings or emotions cloud his or her objectivity with regards to something he or she is writing about. This will fall to an emotional bias. An emotional bias is a distortion in cognition and decision making due to emotional factors. And last, an important skill of critical reading is the ability to detect an author's bias. The reason for this is to avoid invalidation of an author's claim. There you have it, students. Now let's proceed to the several ways to detect an author's possible biases. And here are the ways to detect an author's possible bias. Number 1, the author uses inflammatory language in the most extreme cases, racial epithets, slurs, etc. We have here an example. A prepaid card is definitely better than a postpaid SIM card. Do you still remember this example? This example is from your initial activity earlier. Am I right? And the word better in our example is considered bias. Why? Because using the word better is an insult to a postpaid SIM card. So it is an example of an inflammatory language. Next, number 2. The author consistently makes claims whose larger purpose is to elevate or demean one social, ethnic, national, religious, or gender group as compared to another or all others. Example: Kapampangans are known to be the most religious people in the country. In this example, the terms most religious are considered biased by other religious people because we have many religious people in the country, not only the Kapampangans. Am I right? Very good. Now, for number 3. The author consciously presents evidence that serves to tell only one side of an event or issue, purposefully withholding or ignoring information that may shed the opposing view in a more positive light. Example: online teaching is more effective than face-to-face teaching. In this example, bias occurs when the author used the terms more effective. It only shows one side of a story that led to inaccurate information. So that is for number 3. Now, the last but not the least, the number 4. The author manufactures, falsifies, or dishonestly cites evidence in order to present his or her case in a more positive light. Example: eating fruits is the only way to live healthy. In this example, using only way is a biased word against other healthy food because we have many healthy foods. Am I right? Not only the fruits. So those are several ways to detect an author's possible biases. Students, always remember that bias is a subjective way of thinking that tells only one side of story, sometimes leading to inaccurate information or a false impression. When you research, it is crucial that you identify the level of bias in potential sources. Now let's move on to some possible sources of bias. Are you ready? These are some possible sources of bias. The writer relies on incomplete information. Next, the writer tries to deceive the reader. Next, the writer wants to believe what he or she is saying. Next, the writer's past experience influences his or her thinking. Next, the writer tries to persuade the reader. So those are some possible sources of bias. Now, take note, students. The authors show bias when they leave out information or alter facts to force the reader to have a certain opinion about a subject or to convince the reader to take a certain action. To identify bias in a passage or article, the reader must read through the material and ask, what does the writer want me to think or to do? Bias is often present in editorials, advertisements, religious publications, and political materials. So we're done with the discussion, students. If you have questions regarding today's lessons, feel free to message me directly to my messenger, or you can comment via Facebook. I am more than happy to answer your questions and concerns. Now, is everything clear? Can you now examine biases made by the author? It's now time for you to prove yourself how good you are this afternoon. I will give you 2 types of activity that will test your understanding and if you can apply what you have learned from our discussion. Before we start, I want you to take down notes these main points of our discussion. Bias is any opinion that influences a person's thoughts, feelings, or actions. A person can be biased against something or have a bias for something. An author's bias is any opinion or prejudice that affects the author's writing and prevents the author from being completely neutral about the topic or issue about which she or he is writing. Always remember that, okay? Now, shall we start with your activities? I know you are ready, and I know you listened well to me earlier. Let's start? Okay, here is the first type of your activity. The directions: examine the given sentence and write B if the statement shows bias and NB if not. Again, examine the given sentence and write B if the statement shows bias and NB if not. I will repeat the sentence twice, so listen attentively. Number 1. Manny Pacquiao is the best Filipino philanthropist. What is the answer? Is it B or NB? Yes, very good. The answer is B, bias. Next, number 2. Henry C. Sr. was the only Chinese Filipino business magnate who offered justifiable salary to Filipino workers. Again, Henry C. Sr. was the only Chinese Filipino business magnate who offered justifiable salary to Filipino workers. What is the answer? That's great. The answer is B, bias. Next, number 3. All Asians look the same. I repeat, all Asians look the same. What is the answer? Good job. The answer is NB. Next, for number 4, women should only stay inside their homes and do all household chores. Again, women should only stay inside their homes and do all household chores. What is the answer? You got it. The answer is B. Number 5. The imposition of death penalty will help curb crimes and violence in the country. Again, the imposition of death penalty will help curb crimes and violence in the country. What is the answer? Very good. The answer is B. Now, you are done with your first type of your activity. Let's now proceed to the second type of your activity. Are you ready again? Okay, let's continue. Here it is. Here is the directions. Examine each of the following sentences, then draw a sad face if it shows bias and a smiling face if not. Do this in your answer sheet. Number 1, fruits and vegetables are both healthy, but eating fruits is healthier than eating vegetables. What is the answer? Very good. The answer is sad face. Number 2, the Philippines fails to handle COVID-19 cases effectively. That is why many people get infected by the virus. What is the answer? Excellent. The answer is also sad face. Number 3, all countries around the world are doing their best to stop the spread of the deadly virus. What is the answer? Good job. This time the answer is smiling face or happy face. Number 4, schooling is not a priority during this pandemic, so the government must consider the academic freeze immediately. I repeat, schooling is not a priority during this pandemic, so the government must consider the academic freeze immediately. What is the answer? That's great. The answer is sad face again. And last but not the least is number 5. Everyone is responsible for his or her own health. We should do our responsibilities for us to survive the pandemic. Again, everyone is responsible for his or her own health. We should do our responsibilities for us to survive the pandemic. What is the answer? Very good. The answer is a smiling face. If you answered all correctly, students, congratulations. Give yourselves 5 claps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If not, you can read your module for additional information and more understanding. Now that you know how to examine biases for or against made by the author, I guess you are ready for your final activity. Yes, you have your final activity. For your final activity, answer the 5-item exercise on the last page of your activity sheet. Be careful in applying what you've learned today. Alright, I hope you have learned a lot from me today. This has been your teacher broadcaster, Edward P. Cruz, your English anchor, teacher saying, keep safe and may the good Lord bless and keep you all. Thank you for listening and watching. Until next time.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province, hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26. at DZTZ Radio Pilipino Tarlac. Naririto na naman tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi upang tayo ay maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta ginigiliw kong mga mag-aaral? Alam ko na excited na kayong matuto sa araw na ito. At ako'y humahanga sa inyo dahilan sa inyong pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral at kayo'y patuloy pa rin nag-aaral sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Ginang Christy L. Castillo, at maaari niyo akong tawaging Teacher Tay. At naririto ako upang samahan at gabayan kayo para sa nilalaman ng ating talakayan sa araw na ito, ang tungkol sa mga mahalagang pagbabagong politikal, ekonomiko at sosyo-kultural ng panahong Renaissance. At bago tayo dumako sa ating panibagong aralin sa araw na ito, tayo ay magkakaroon muna ng balik-aral. Mga giliw kong mag-aaral sa ikawalong baitang, naaalala pa ba ninyo ang inyong nakaraang talakayan sa Module 6? At ito ay bahagi pa rin ng ikalawang markahan. At natalakay ninyo ang tungkol sa mga kaisipang lumaganap sa gitnang panahon. At ang mga kaisipang ito at ang mga impluwensyang ito ay may kinalaman sa lipunang feudalismo, manorialismo at paglakas ng simbahang Katoliko. Ito din ay may kinalaman sa politika, ekonomiya at sosyo-kultural. At tatalakay naman natin ngayon ang tungkol sa mga mahalagang pagbabagong politikal, ekonomiko at sosyo-kultural sa panahong Renaissance. Inaasahan natin na sa pagtatapos ng leksyong ito ay kaya na ninyong masuri ang mahahalagang pagbabagong politikal, ekonomiko at sosyo-kultural sa panahong Renaissance. Ang tanong mga giliw kong mag-aaral, ano nga ba ang Renaissance? Ano ang naging epekto ng Renaissance sa pagkakaroon ng panibagong pagtingin sa larangan ng politika, relihiyon at pag-aaral? Bago natin simulan ang talakayan, ay magkakaroon muna tayo ng kasunduan. Una, kailangan kayo ay nasa pinakakomportableng posisyon ng inyong pagupo. Ikalawa, kailangan ay hawak na ninyo ang inyong LM or learning module at buksan ito sa pahina 280. At ikatlo, wala kayong ibang gagawin kundi makinig sa ating talakayang panghimpapawid dito sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at DZDC Radio Pilipino Tarlac. Batid ko na handang-handa na kayong matuto para sa araw na ito. Kaya atin nang sisimulan. Alam ba ninyo kung ano ang kahulugan ng Renaissance? Ito ay nangangahulugang muling pagsilang o rebirth. Sa pagtatapos ng Middle Ages, sa huling bahagi ng ika-14 na siglo, isinilang ang Renaissance. Maaari itong ilarawan sa dalawang paraan. Una, bilang kilusang intelektual na nagtangkang ibalik ang kagandahan ng sinaunang Griego at Romano sa pamamagitan ng pag-aaral sa panitikan at kultura ng mga nasabing sibilisasyon. Ikalawa, bilang panahon ng transition mula sa Middle Ages patungo sa Modern Period o makabagong panahon. Ang mga mahalagang gawain ng mga citizen ng mga panahon na yon kagaya ng politika, ekonomiya at sosyo-kultural ay nakasentro sa ilang makapangyarihang lungsod. Bakit nga ba sa Italy sumibol ang Renaissance? Ano-ano ang mga naging salik sa pagusbong ng Renaissance? Sa mga giliw kong mag-aaral, ipapaliwanag ko ang mga sagot sa mga katanungang ito dito lamang sa Aral TarlakHenyo. sa pagpapatuloy ng ating aralin sa mga oras na ito. Italy ang pinagmulan ng kadakilaan ng sinaunang Roma at higit na may kaugnayan ang Italiano kaysa sa mga Romano o alinmang bansa sa Europa. Itinuturing na isa sa maraming dahilan kung bakit naging tunay na sinilangan ng Renaissance ang Italy ay ang magandang lokasyon nito. Dahil dito, nagkaroon ng pagkakataon ng mga lungsod dito na makipagkalakalan sa kanlurang Asya at Europa. Mahalagang papel ang ginampanan ng mga universidad sa Italia. Naitaguyod at napanatiling buhay ang kulturang klasikal at ang mga teknolohiya at pilosopiyang kaalaman ng kabihas ng Griego at Romano. Ngayon naman ay aalamin natin kung ano nga ba ang humanismo na isa sa mga naging bunga ng Renaissance. Ito ay ang kilusang intelektual na naniniwalang dapat pagtuunan ng pansin ang klasikal na sibilisasyon ng Gresya at Roma sa pag-aaral dahil naglalaman ito ng lahat ng aral na dapat matutunan upang magkaroon ng isang moral at epektibong buhay. Bilang bahagi pa din ng pagtatalakay natin sa Renaissance, ngayon naman ay aalamin natin ang mga ambag ng Renaissance sa iba't ibang larangan. Una dito ay ang larangan ng sining at panitikan. Si Francesco Petrarch ang ama ng humanismo. Pinakamahalagang sinulat niya sa Italyano ang Songbook, isang koleksyon ng mga sonata ng pag-ibig sa pinakamamahal niyang si Laura. Muli, yan ay si Francesco Petrarch. Susunod ay si Giovanni Boccaccio. Si Giovanni Boccaccio naman ang matalik na kaibigan ni Petrarch. Ang kanyang pinakamahusay na panitikang piyesa ay ang Decameron, isang tanyag na koleksyon na nagtataglay ng 100 nakakatuwang salaysay. Iyan muli ay si Giovanni Boccaccio. Susunod naman ay si William Shakespeare. Si William Shakespeare ay tinaguriang makata ng mga makata. Naging tanyag na manunulat sa ginintuang panahon ng England sa pamumuno ni Reyna Elizabeth I. Ilan sa mga sinulat niya ang mga walang kamatayang dula gaya ng Julius Caesar, Romeo at Juliet, Hamlet, Antony at Cleopatra, at Scarlett. Muli, iyon ay si William Shakespeare. Susunod ay si Desiderius Erasmus. Siya naman ang tinaguriang prinsipe ng mga humanista. Siya ang mayakda ng In Praise of Folly, kung saan tinuligsa niya ang hindi magandang gawa ng mga pari at mga karaniwang tao noong mga panahon na iyon. Muli, iyon ay si Desiderius Erasmus. Susunod ay si Niccolo Machiavelli. Si Niccolo Machiavelli ay isang diplomatikong manunulat na taga Florence, Italia. Siya ang mayakda ng The Prince at napapaloob sa aklat na ito ang 2 prinsipyo. Ang layunin ay nagbibigay matuwid sa pamamaraan. At ang ikalawang prinsipyong pinaniniwalaan niya ay wasto ang nilikha ng lakas. Iyan muli ay si Niccolo Machiavelli. Ang susunod naman na pakikilala ko ay si Miguel de Cervantes. Sa larangan ng panitikan, isinulat niya ang nobelang Don Quixote de la Mancha. Aklat na kumukutya at ginagawang katawa-tawa sa kasaysayan ang kabayanihan ng mga kabalyero noong medieval period. Yan muli ay si Miguel de Cervantes. Ngayon naman ay dumako tayo sa larangan ng pagpipinta. At ang pinakauna diyan ay si Michael Buonarroti. O mas kilala na Michelangelo Buonarroti, ang pinakasikat na iskultor ng Renaissance. Ang una niyang obra maestra ay ang estatwa ni David. Sa paanyaya ni Papa Julius II, ipininta niya sa Sistine Chapel ng Katedral ng Batikano ang kwento sa banal na kasulatan tungkol sa pinagmulan ng sandaigdigan hanggang sa pagbaha. Pinakamaganda at pinakabantog niyang likha ang La Pieta, isang estatwa ni Kristo pagkatapos ng kanyang crucifixion. Yan muli ay si Michelangelo Buonarroti. Dumako naman tayo sa pinakasikat na si Leonardo da Vinci. Ang hindi makakalimutang obra maestra niyang Huling Hapunan, o mas kilala na The Last Supper, na nagpakita ng huling hapunan ni Kristo kasama ang kanyang 12 disipulo. Isang henyong maraming nalalaman sa iba't ibang larangan, hindi lang siya isang pintor, kundi isa ring arkitekto, iskultor, inhinyero, inventor, siyentista, musikero, at pilosoper. Muli, yon ay si Leonardo da Vinci. Kilalanin naman natin si Raphael Santi. Si Raphael Santi ang tinaguriang ganap na pintor, perpektong pintor at pinakamahusay na pintor ng Renaissance. Kilala sa pagkakatugma at balance o proposition ng kanyang mga likha. Ilan sa kanyang tanyag na gawa ang obrang maestrang Sistine Madonna, Madonna and the Child, at Alba Madonna. Ngayon ay napag-alaman na ninyo ang mga ambag ng Renaissance sa iba't ibang larangan. Tunay ngang Renaissance ang naging daan sa pagyaman ng kabihasnan ng daigdig dulot ng malawak na pag-aaral. Dumako naman tayo ngayon sa ambag ng Renaissance sa larangan ng agham. Isa na rito ang naging pag-aaral ni Nicholas Copernicus. Inilahad niya ang teoryang heliocentric, ang pag-ikot ng daigdig sa axis nito, kasabay ng ibang planeta at umiikot din ito sa paligid ng araw. Pinasinulingan niya ang teoryang ito ang tradisyon na pag-iisip na ang mundo ang sentro ng sansinukob, na matagal ding tinangkilik ng simbahan ng mga panahon na yon. Muli, yon ay si Nicholas Copernicus. Susunod naman ay si Galileo Galilei. Isang astronomo at matematiko noong 1610. Malaki ang naitulong ng kanyang naimbentong teleskopyo para mapatotohanan ang teoryang tinatawag nating Copernican. Tingnan naman natin ang tinaguriang higante ng siyentipikong Renaissance na si Sir Isaac Newton. Muli siya ang tinaguriang higante ng siyentipikong Renaissance. Sang-ayon sa kanyang batas ng universal gravitation, ang bawat planeta ay may kanya-kanyang lakas ng grabitasyon at siyang dahilan kung bakit nasa wastong lugar ang kanyang pag-inog. Ipiniliwanag niya na ang gravitasyong ito ang dahilan kung bakit bumabalik sa lupa ang isang bagay na inihagis pataas. Muli yan ang paliwanag ni Sir Isaac Newton. Ngayon nalaman na natin ang iba't ibang ambag ng Renaissance sa larangan ng sining at panitikan, sa larangan ng pagpipinta at sa larangan ng agham. Tinatayang ang pag-usbong ng Renaissance ay hindi natatapos kung saan nakilala ang mga nabanggit na siyentipiko bagkus ito ay nagpapatuloy magpakailanman hanggat ang tao ay naghahanap at naghahangad ng kasagutan sa kanyang mga katanungan. Sa aking giliw na mga mag-aaral, mayroon akong isang katanungan sa inyo. Handa nyo na ba itong sagutin? Ang tanong ay, paano binago ng mga ambag ng Renaissance ang pananaw at kultura ng Europe noon at maging sa kasalukuyan? Handa na ba kayong malaman ang sagot para sa katanungang ito? Makinig na mabuti. Ang 14 hanggang 16 na siglo, ang sinasabing panahon kung saan kakikitaan ng pagbabago mula sa mga madilim na anino ng kalagitnaang panahon patungo sa modernong panahon. Ang mga pangyayaring naganap sa panahon ng Renaissance ay nagbibigay daan sa pagyaman ng kabiasnan ng daigdig, dulot ng malawak at maunlad na pananaliksik, pagmamasid at pag-aaral. Ang transisyong ito ay nagbibigay daan sa pag-usbong ng revolusyong intelektual at malawak na kaalaman sa daigdig, bunsod ng malayang pag-iisip at pagpapahayag ng bawat individual. Ang pagbabagong dulot ng yugtong ito ay nakatulong sa pagsulong at pagbubuklod-buklod ng mga bansa sa katotohanang ang pagpapahalaga sa kalayaan at kabutihan ay nauukol sa sangkatauhan. Muli ang nabanggit kong sagot ay sa katanungang paano binago ng Renaissance ang pananaw at kultura ng Europe. Sa puntong ito, tignan naman natin ang mga kababaihan sa Renaissance. Sa panahon ng Renaissance, ilang kababaihan lamang ang nabigyan ng pagkakataon na makapag-aral at magkaroon ng propesyon sa mga universidad at nagkaroon ng pagkakataon na magsanay para sa isang propesyon sa Italia. Ilan sa kanila ay ang mga sumusunod. Nandiyan sina Laura Serreta, Isota Nogarola, Veronica Franco, at Vittoria Colonna. Muli, iyan ay ang mga kababaihan sa Renaissance. At ngayon naman alamin natin kung natatandaan pa ninyo ang mga tinalakay nating paksa sa araw na ito. Pero bago tayo dumako para sa ating maikling pagsusulit, gusto kong kayo ay humanda at kailangan buong husay ninyong sagutin ang bawat tanong. Pakihanda ang mga sumusunod katulad ng inyong ballpen, papel o kwaderno para sa Araling Panlipunan 8. Handa na ba kayong sagutin ang mga sumusunod na tanong? Kung handa na kayo, eto na ang mga tanong. Magkakaroon ng 10 tanong para sa araw na ito. Unang tanong, ano ang tinatawag na rebirth o muling pagsilang? At kayo ay bibigyan ng 3 segundo para sagutin ang bawat tanong. Inuulit ko para sa unang tanong, ano ang tinatawag na rebirth o muling pagsilang? Ikalawang tanong, saang bansa umusbong ang Renaissance? Ikatlong tanong, ano ang tawag sa kilusang intelektual noong panahong Renaissance? Ika-4 na tanong, Sino ang tinaguriang ama ng humanismo? Ikalimang tanong, sino ang tinaguriang makata ng mga makata? Ika-anim na tanong, sino naman ang tinaguriang prinsipe ng mga humanista? Ikapitong tanong, sino ang lumikha ng La Pieta? Ikawalong tanong, sino ang lumikha ng huling hapunan o tinatawag nating Last Supper? Ikasyam na tanong, sino ang naglahad ng teoryang heliocentric? At para sa ikahuling katanungan mga giliw kong mag-aaral, sino ang tinaguriang higante ng siyentipikong Renaissance? Ako'y naniniwala na nasagutan ninyo ng buong husay ang mga 10 katanungang naka-flash sa ating screen. At para naman sa inyong mga kasagutan, handa na ba kayong malaman kung tama ang inyong mga sagot? Alam kong excited na kayong malaman ang inyong score. Heto na ang mga tamang sagot. Ang unang sagot ay Renaissance. Ikalawa ay Italy or Italia. Ikatlo ay humanismo. Ikaapat ay Francesco Petrarch. Ikalima ay William Shakespeare. Ikaanim ay Desiderius Erasmus. Ikapito ay Michelangelo Buonarroti. Ikawalo ay si Leonardo da Vinci. Ikasyam ay Nicholas Copernicus. At para sa pinakahuling sagot, diyan ay si Sir Isaac Newton. Kung nakuha ninyong lahat ang mga tamang sagot, kayo ay binabati ko at napakahusay ninyo sa pagkuha ng mga tamang sagot. Kung hindi naman, ay mayroon pa tayong mga gagawing mga gawain sa mga susunod nating talakayan. Kaya atin ang abangan niyon mga anak, okay? Sa paksang ating tinalakay, nalaman natin kung ano ang kahulugan ng Renaissance. Bansang pinag-usbungan ng Renaissance, ang humanismo na isa sa naging bunga ng Renaissance, ambag ng Renaissance sa iba't ibang larangan, at ang mga kababaihan sa Renaissance. Tunay ngang maraming pagbabagong naidulot sa atin ang pagbabago ng Renaissance o pag-usbong ng Renaissance. Tandaan na ang Renaissance ay panahon ng muling pagbangon o rebirth. Matatandaan na unti-unting nakabangon ang Europe sa mga dagok noong medieval ages at isa sa mga nakatulong sa pagbangon nito ay ang pag-usbong ng Renaissance. At sa aking giliw ng mga mag-aaral, sa ating buhay hindi maiiwasan na nakakaranas tayo ng dagok o suliranin sa ating buhay. Ang mahalaga, tayo ay nakakahanap ng solusyon sa ating mga problema at nang tayo ay magtagumpay. Inaasahan kong kayo natuto sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8 na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Muli, maraming salamat sa inyo.
Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney!
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today?
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster,
Aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience,
Serving you with the different skills learned and have fun together.
Good afternoon, learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. This is Elpidio Y. Valdos Jr., your teacher broadcaster for the TLE Grade 8, serving you with the different skills to learn in TLE 8. I would like to invite you to join us in a magical learning experience at home. At this point, I want you to prepare your self-learning module in ICT Computer System Servicing NC2, as well as your pen and notebook so that you may take down some notes to remember as we go along with the lesson. Do you have it now? Great! Make sure that you are in a comfortable place, far from noise, so that you can hear me loud and clear while listening to this program. Today, we are going to learn about computer system servicing. Moving on, I am going to ask questions for you to answer as a sort of review. Have you ever tried to enter a computer shop? Or you already have a computer inside your house? If your answer is yes, I want you to identify the following pictures and try to give their functions. The first picture is, if your answer is monitor, you are correct. And what is the function of a monitor? Very good. Monitor displays information coming from your system unit. Next picture, we have some of you may answer system unit. and the others may answer CPU or Central Processing Unit. And the function of system unit or CPU is? Good job! It is the brain or heart of a computer system. Before we proceed, let us first differentiate the system unit and the CPU. If we say system unit, it is a chassis that contains electronics components of the computer used to process data. System units are available in a variety of shapes and sizes. While CPU or Central Processing Unit is a chip found inside the system unit that interprets and carries out the basic instructions that operate a computer. The processor significantly impacts overall computing power and manages most of a computer's operation. What is the name of the next image? Very good. This is a keyboard. And what is the function of a keyboard? Great! Keyboard is an output device used to enter characters and functions into the computer system by pressing buttons or keys. How about the next image? You are correct. This is a mouse. And the function of a mouse is? Good job! Mouse serves as your pointing device. Let us think of a mouse as an extension of your hand inside your computer. You are very familiar with the main parts of a computer. I am pretty sure that you already know how to take care of it. But, what if there will be a time that your computer will look like this? Have you encountered this kind of problems? There are times that you need to dismantle your laptop or desktop to fix a certain problem like this. Of course, you need the right set of tools. So for today's lesson, we will be discussing hardware tools and equipment in computer system servicing NC2. You can build your own computer repair toolkit with this recommended tool to easily perform any hardware troubleshooting, upgrade, and maintenance of your computer. Let us first define what is hardware tool in computer system servicing. A hardware tool is a handheld device that aids in accomplishing a task, and it has 4 categories. The first one is the ESD, or Electronic Static Discharge Tools. The second one is the hand tools. The next category is the cleaning tools. And the last one is diagnostic tools. And now, we will be going to discuss the function of these tools one by one. Are you all ready? Are you ready to learn a new thing? Are you all excited? And we will begin with the electrostatic discharge tools. Under electrostatic discharge tools, we have first the anti-static wrist strap. The anti-static wrist strap looks like this. It is used to prevent electrostatic discharge damage to your computer equipment. The anti-static resist strap is a conductor that connects your body to the equipment that you are working on. When static electricity builds up in your body, the connection made by the resist strap to the equipment or ground channels the electricity through the wire that connects the strap. The resist strap has two parts and is easy to wear. First, wrap the strap around your wrist and secure it using the snap. The metal on the back of the resist strap must always remain in contact with your skin. Second, snap the connector at the end of the wire to the wrist strap and connect the other end either to the equipment or to the same grounding point that the anti-static mat is connected. Next, for the electrostatic discharge category, we have the anti-static mat. The anti-static mat is used to stand or place hardware to prevent static electricity from building up. An anti-static mat is slightly conductive. It works by drawing static electricity away from a component and transferring it safely from equipment to a grounding point. To use an anti-static mat, lay on the workspace next to or under the computer case. Clip the mat to the case to provide a grounded surface on which you can place parts as you remove them from the system. For our next category, we have the hand tools. Under the hand tools category, we have flathead screwdriver. Flathead screwdriver is used to loosen or tighten slotted screws. Do not use a flathead screwdriver to remove the Phillips head screw. If you cannot remove a component, check if there is a clip or latch that is securing the component in place. The slotted screws looks like this. The second one is the Phillips head screwdriver. It is used to loosen or tighten crosshead screws. Do not use this type of screwdriver to puncture anything because this will damage the head of the screwdriver. Always remember that Phillips head screwdriver is used only for crosshead screws. The third one is the Torx screwdriver. It is very unique because it is used to loosen or tighten screws that have a star-like depression on the top, a feature that is mainly found on a laptop. Next, we have the hex driver. A hex driver looks like this. It is used to tighten and loosen bolts with a hexagonal or six-sided head. Hex bolts should not be over-tightened because the threads of the bolts can be stripped. Do not use a hex driver that is too large for the bolt that you are using. Next tool, we have the needle nose plier. The needle nose plier looks like this. And it is used to hold the small parts. That's why the tip of the needle nose plier is very small. Next, we have the wire cutter. By the name itself, a wire cutter is used to strip and cut wires. The next one is the tweezer. The use of the tweezer is to manipulate small parts of your computer or laptop. Next, we have the part retriever. The use of the part retriever is to retrieve small parts from a location that are too small for a hand to fit. The part retriever, the needle nose pliers, and the tweezers can be used to place and retrieve parts that may be hard to reach with your finger. Do not scratch or hit any components when using these tools. Always remember that pencil should not be used inside the computer to change the setting of switches or to pry off jumpers. The pencil lead can act as a conductor of electricity and may damage the computer components. Next in hand tools is the flashlight. I am very sure that most of you are familiar with flashlight. A flashlight is not just a hand tool used in computer. You should also have this in your home because a flashlight can be used in emergency. A flashlight is used to light up dark areas. Keeping computers clean inside and out is a vital part of a maintenance program. Dirt can cause problems with the physical operation of lamps, buttons, and other mechanical components. On electrical components, an excessive buildup of dust will act as an insulator and trap the heat. This insulation will impair the ability of heat sinks and cooling fans to keep components cool, causing chips and circuit to overheat and fail. Our next category is the cleaning tool. Under the cleaning tool, we have lint-free cloth. It is not just an ordinary rag because it is used to clean different computer components without scratching or leaving debris. Our next tool is compressed air. The purpose of the compressed air is to blow away dust and keep debris from different computer parts without touching the component. When compressed air is used to clean inside the computer, the air should be blown around the components with a minimum distance of 4 inches from the nozzle. The power supply and the fan should be cleaned from the back of the case. Before cleaning any device, turn it off and unplug the device from the power source. Our next category for the cleaning tool is the cable tie. By the name itself, it ties all the cable and bundles it neatly inside and outside of a computer. Our next tool, we have also part organizer. A part organizer looks like this. A part organizer is very familiar because it looks like a drawer inside your house. It is used to hold screws, jumpers, fasteners, and other small parts to prevent them from getting mixed together. A computer is easier to use and more dependable with its new generation of hardware and operating system updates. But that doesn't mean they're problem-free. Here are the most popular tools for diagnosing your computer problems. Our next category is the diagnostic tools. For our first tool under diagnostic tool category, we have multimeter. The purpose of the multimeter is to test the integrity of circuits and the quality of electricity in computer components. And the last tool is the loopback adapter. This tool is used to test the functionality of computer ports. Okay, my dear students, are you still with me? So let's have a recap of our topic. Can you define hardware tools? Yes, great job. A hardware tool is a handheld device that aids in accomplishing a task. Now, can you enumerate the 4 categories of a hardware tools? Good job. The 4 categories of a hardware tools are: number 1, we have electrostatic discharge tools. Number 2, we have hand tools. Next, we have cleaning tools. And the last, we have the diagnostic tools. We also have discussed the hardware tools under the ESD category. Now, can you enumerate these tools? Very good. These are anti-static wrist strap and anti-static mat. Can you enumerate the tools under the hand tools category? You are correct. These are flathead screwdriver, Phillips head screwdriver, Torx screwdriver, hex driver, needle nose plier, wire cutter, tweezer, part retriever, and the flashlight. How about the cleaning tool category? Yes, great job. These are lint-free cloth, compressed air, cable ties, and part organizer. And under diagnostic tools are, you are correct. These are multimeter and loopback adapter. Hopefully, you learned a lot with our topic for today. Let us have a simple quiz. Write the letter of the correct answer. I will read the question twice. For our number 1 question, a handheld device that aids in accomplishing a task. Letter A, hand tools. Letter B, hardware tools. Letter C, cleaning tools. Letter D, diagnostic tools. Number 1 question, a handheld device that aids in accomplishing a task. Letter A, hand tools. Letter B, hardware tools. Letter C, cleaning tools. Letter D, diagnostic tools. For our number 2 question, it is used to stand or place hardware to prevent static electricity from building up. Letter A, anti-static mat. Letter B, anti-static wrist strap. Letter C, anti-static discharge tool. Letter D, diagnostic tools. For our number 2 question, it is used to stand or place hardware to prevent static electricity from building up. Letter A, anti-static mat. Letter B, anti-static wrist strap. Letter C, anti-static discharge tools. Letter D, diagnostic tools. Number 3, it is used to loosen or tighten slotted screws. Phillips head screwdriver for letter A. And letter B, Torx screwdriver. Letter C, hex driver. Letter D, flathead screwdriver. It is used to loosen or tighten slotted screws. Letter A, Phillips head screwdriver. Letter B, Torx screwdriver. Letter C, hex driver. Letter D, flathead screwdriver. For our number 4, the purpose of this tool is to blow away dust and debris from different computer parts
without touching the component? Letter A, compressed air. Letter B, lint-free cloth. Letter C, cable tie. Letter D, part retriever. For our number 4 question, the purpose of this tool is to blow away dust and debris from different computer parts without touching the component. Letter A, compressed air. Letter B, lint-free cloth. Letter C, cable tie. And letter D, part retriever. Number 5, the purpose of this tool is to test the integrity of circuits and the quality of electricity in computer components. A, multimeter. B, diagnostic tool. C, cable tie. And D, loopback adapter. The purpose of this tool is to test the integrity of circuits and the quality of electricity in computer components. A, multimeter. B, diagnostic tool. C, cable tie. D, loopback adapter. Yes, this is it. Are you ready to check your answers? Here are the correct answers. Number 1, letter B, hardware tools. Number 2, letter A, anti-static mat. Number 3, letter D, flathead screwdriver. Number 4, letter A, compressed air. And number 5, letter A, multimeter. Okay, count the number of correct items. For those who get a perfect score, congratulations, you did a great job. For those who got 4 to 3, very good. And for those who got 2 and below, is still okay. Don't lose hope and keep trying. Please get your module and review your answers. That was a great learning experience with you. Hopefully, you enjoyed our lesson for today. I would like to end up by saying, we become what we behold. We shape our tools and then our tools shape us. And let us all remember, in TLE, there are skills, knowledge, and progress. Thank you very much and keep safe everyone. This is Teacher Joy signing off.
Alam niyo ba na ang Pilipinas ay mayroong 7,641 islands? Mula sa bilang na 7,107 islands, nadagdagan ito ng 534 na isla noong 2017. Tanging 2,000 lamang sa mga islang ito ang natitirhan. Alam niyo na! Yan ang mga isla sa Pilipinas.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac. Good morning, Mas Talino Grade 4 learners.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Hello everyone! Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC Radio Filipino Tarlac. This is your MAPE teacher, Ma'am Pearly, your teacher broadcaster for Music 8. Narinig nyo na ba ang Angat Tarlac? Kung hindi pa, samahan nyo ko. Sabay nating pakinggan ang ipinagmamalaki ng Tarlac Province, ang Angat Tarlac. Nagustuhan ba ninyo ang awit? Ano ang masasabi ninyo sa awit na inyong napakinggan? maaari ninyong isulat ang inyong mga sagot sa papel at ipasa sa inyong mga MAPE teachers. Pag-usapan natin ang awit batay sa mga elements of music na ginamit. Ano-ano ang mga elements of music na inyong napansin sa inyong pakikinig? Tama. Ang mga elements of music na ginamit ay ang ritmo, melodiya, harmonya, texture, at form. Ang ritmo ay ang element sa musika na tumutukoy sa pagkakaayos o pagkakasunod-sunod ng mga tunog at pahinga. Ano ang pagkakaiba ng ritmo sa beat o kumpas? Kung ang ritmo ay ang pagkakaayos o pagkakasunod-sunod ng mga tunog at pahinga, ang beat o kumpas ay ang daloy o pulso ng musika. Ang ikalawang element ay ang melodiya. Ito ang pagkakaayos o pagkakasunod-sunod ng mga tunog na may tiyak na tono o pitch at note value. Ang tono ay tumutukoy sa kung gaano kataas o kababa ang isang tunog. Ang ikatlong element ay ang harmonya. Ito ang pag-awit o pagtugtog ng dalawa o higit na nota ng sabay at may kahaya-ayang kombinasyon. Ang ikaapat na element ay ang texture. Ito ay tumutukoy sa kapal o nipis ng musika. At sa napakinggan nating rendition ng Tarlac Division Choral Ensemble sa Angat Tarlac, masasabi nating makapal ang texture dahil sa pag-awit ng SATB, soprano, alto, tenor, at bass, at sinaliwan sa keyboard ni Sir Marlon Takdol. At ang huli ay form. Ang form ay ang pangkalahatang istruktura ng awit. Ang pag-awit sa Angat Tarlac ay stanza, refrain, refrain, at coda. Ang mga titik ng Angat Tarlac ay isinulat ni Madam Dalen I. Roy, ang masipag at very supportive na Education Program Supervisor ng MAPE sa Tarlac Province. At ang musika ay likha ni Madam Mirani C. Diaz, isang music specialist at principal mula sa Victoria District. Isinaayos naman ito ni Sir Noven Perez Kadyang at inawit ng Tarlac Division Choral Ensemble. Ang awit ay nasa tunugang G Mayor at nasa palakumpasang 4/4. At ngayon ay pag-aaralan natin ang tono ng awit. At dahil sa limitado ang ating oras, sisikapin kong maituro sa inyo ito sa mabilis at mabisang paraan. Aawitin ko ang bawat phrase at pagkatapos ko ay kayo naman. Gagamit ako ng transposition sa pagtuturo ng awit. Ibig sabihin nito, sa halip na G major, ay kukunin ko ang tono sa tunugang C mayor. Handa na ba kayo? Pakinggan ninyo ang unang phrase. Ang DEPED Tarlac Province may magandang bithiin. Okay, ngayon, sabayan niyo ako. Ang DEPED Tarlac Province may magandang bithiin. Sa pagkakataong ito, ay kayo na lang ang kakanta. Magsimula kayo pagkatapos ng 3 bilang. 1, 2, 3. Magaling! Pakinggan natin ang ikalawang phrase. Tapat masisipag Masisipag na mga tao bumubuo sa dibisyong ito. Sabayan niyo ko. Tapat masisipag na mga tao bumubuo sa dibisyong ito. At ngayon ay kayo na lang ang aawit. Magsimula kayo pagkatapos ng 3 bilang. 1, 2, 3. Ngayon, awitin natin ang una at ikalawang phrase. Ang DEPED Tarlac Province may magandang mithiin. Tapat masisipag na mga tao bumubuo sa dibisyong ito. Ngayon, ay kayo naman ang umawit. Humanda at magsimula kayo pagkatapos ng 3 bilang. 1, 2, 3. Very good! Nasundan ba ninyo ang awit? Ituloy pa natin sa ikatlong phrase. Kapakanan ng bawat empleyado, laging una at inasikaso. Sabayan niyo ko. Kapakanan ng bawat empleyado, laging una at inaasikaso. Kayo naman. Magsimula kayo pagkatapos ng 3 bilang. 1, 2, 3. Ngayon, aawitin natin ang una, ikalawa, at ikatlong phrase. Ang DEPED Tarlac Province may magandang mithiin. Tapat masisipag na mga tao bumubuo sa dibisyong ito. Kapakanan ng bawat empleyado, laging una at inasikaso. Ngayon, kayo naman. Magsimula kayo pagkatapos ng 3 bilang. 1, 2, 3. Magaling! Pakinggan pa ninyo ang huling phrase ng stanza. Upang mga mag-aral dito, tagumpayang matatamo. Sabayan niyo ako. Upang mga mag-aral dito, tagumpayang matatamo. Kayo naman, ready? Ayan, magaling. Ngayon, awitin natin ang awit mula sa umpisa. Sabayan ninyo ako. Ang DEPED Tarlac Province may magandang mithiin. Tapat masisipag na mga tao bumubuo sa dibisyong ito. Kapakanan ng bawat empleyado, laging una at inasikaso. Nasundan ba ninyo? Ngayon ay kayo naman. Manda kayo. Ayan. So ngayon, aawitin naman natin ang refrain. Pakinggan ninyo ang unang phrase ng refrain. Angat tarlak, ipakita ang angking talino. Ngayon, sabayan niyo ako. Angat tarlak, ipakita ang angking talino. Ayan. Kayo naman. Magsimula kayo pagkatapos ng 3 bilang. 1, 2, 3. Magaling. At ngayon, ang huling phrase ng refrain. Sa lahat ng aspeto, nangunguna ang TarlakHenyo. Sabayan niyo ko. Sa lahat ng aspeto, nangunguna ang TarlakHenyo. Kayo naman? Ngayon, awitin natin ang buong refrain. Angat tarlak, ipakita ang angking talino. Sa lahat ng aspeto, nangungunang TarlakHenyo. Ngayon, kayo naman. Magaling! Hindi lang istansa ang inyong natutunan, kundi maging ang refrain ng awit. Maaari na nating awitin ang istansa hanggang sa refrain. Handa na ba kayo? Ang DEPED Tarlac Province may magandang mithiin. Dapat masisipag na mga tao bumubuo sa dibisyong ito. Kapakanan ng bawat empleyado, laging una at inasikaso upang mga mag-aaral dito tagumpay ang matatamo. Angat tarlak, ipakita ang angking talino. Sa lahat ng aspeto, nangungunang TarlakHenyo. Nasundan ba ninyo? Ngayon ay kayo naman. ay pakinggan ninyo ang koda. Sa lahat ng aspeto, nangungunang TARLAKHENYO. Sabayan niyo ko. Sa lahat ng aspeto, nangungunang TARLAKHENYO. Ngayon, kayo naman. Magaling. Ngayon, awitin natin ng isang beses ang refrain at tumuloy tayo sa koda. Angat tarlak, ipakita ang angking talino sa lahat ng aspeto, nangungunang TARLAKHENYO. Sa lahat ng aspeto, nangungunang TARLAKHENYO. Kayo naman. Magaling. Ngayon ay aawitin natin ang himig ayon sa kanyang istruktura. Stanza, refrain, stanza, refrain, refrain, at koda. Sabayan niyo ako. Ang DEPED Tarlac Province may magandang mithiin. Dapat masipag na mga tao bumubuo sa dibisyong ito. Kapakanan ng bawat empleyado, laging una at inasikaso upang mga mag-aaral dito tagumpay ang matatamo. Angat tarlak, ipakita ang angking talino sa lahat ng aspeto, nangungunang TARLAKHENYO. Ang DEPED Tarlac Province may magandang mithiin. Dapat masisipag na mga tao bumubuo sa dibisyong ito. Kapakanan ng bawat empleyado, laging una at inasikaso upang mga mag-aaral dito tagumpay ang matatamo. Angat tarlak, ipakita ang angking talino sa lahat ng aspeto, nangungunang TARLAKHENYO. Angat tarlak, ipakita ang angking talino sa lahat ng aspeto, nangungunang TARLAKHENYO. Sa lahat ng aspeto, nangungunang TARLAKHENYO. Ngayon, ay kayo naman ang umawit sa himig. magaling. Mabilis ninyong natutunan ang awit. Sana ay nagustuhan ninyo ito. Pagbati nga pala sa mga teachers, puppet teachers ng mga schools gaya ng Estipona High School, Guevara High School, at ng Victoria High School. Kasi lagi silang nakikinig sa ating mga episodes. Muli, ito ang inyong teacher broadcaster, Ma'am Pearly, hanggang sa susunod na episode sa musika. God bless!
Sa pagnanais na mapigilan ng ating pamahalaan ang pagdami ng bilang ng mga kaso ng COVID-19, binuo ang One Hospital Command Center o OHCC upang mas mabilis na matugunan ang medikal na pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Bukas ang OHCC 24 oras araw-araw. Tumawag lamang sa mga hotline nito sa 0919-977-3333 o 0915-777-7777 o 02-886-50500. Maaari ring i-download ang Pure Force Citizens app sa Android o iOS upang mabilis na matugunan ang sinumang nangangailangan. Layon din ng OHCC na maiwasang mapuno ang kapasidad ng bawat ospital. Kaya't kung ikaw ay kinakailangang tumawag sa OHCC, mabibigyan ka ng libreng preliminary consultation. Para sa mga nangangailangan ng emergency quick response, makikipag-ugnayan ang OHCC sa DOH Bed Tracker at sa mga ospital upang makahanap agad ng pinakamalapit na bakanteng ospital. Ang transportasyon o ambulansya naman ng ospital na inirefer ng OHCC sa pasyente ang siyang susundo sa bahay nito. Kaya't kapag ikaw ay nakakaranas ng anumang sintomas ng COVID-19 o nangangailangan ng agarang tulong medikal, tumawag lamang sa OHCC at handa silang tumulong sa lahat ng oras.
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today?
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast by DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster,
aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience,
serving you with the different skills learned and have fun together.
What a lovely afternoon to our dearest grade 9 students and to our karubas, gayems, and kabalens. Right now, you are tuned in to our radio station committed to serving our beloved students in their homes in the province of Tarlac. Welcome to DZTC 828 AM, Aral TarlakHenyo. Hello everyone, I am Teacher Luigi and I am honored to be your teacher broadcaster today. Our episode for today is for grade 9 English. So I am asking our dear grade 9 students to search for a spot where you can answer your modules, your learning sheets, safely and comfortably while listening to our discussion. Get ready, grade 9 students. Get your pen, lecture notebook, and activity sheets, and let's start our session. Our discussion for today is for grade 9 English, which will focus on MELC 1, differentiate biases from prejudices. After you have tuned in and listened thoroughly in the radio-based instruction, you are expected to understand the definition of prejudices, differentiate the types of prejudices, and determine what type of prejudices are exhibited in certain texts or images. Since this is the first topic in English 9 for third quarter, it is only a must for us to review our past discussion. Last week, you have learned about analyzing literature as the means of understanding the unchanging values in the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. For our review today, let's play a game. This is called True or False. I will be reading you different statements which are all about our previous lesson on sonnet. Your task is to identify whether the statements are true or false. Please get your lecture notebook and your pen for you to write your answers, or you may also type your answers in our comment section below. I think everyone is ready, so let's begin with the first statement. A sonnet is a poem which has 14 lines. Again, a sonnet is a poem which has 14 rhyming lines. Is it true or false? What is your answer? That's correct. That statement is true. A sonnet is a poem that has 14 lines which have rhyme. Let me read the second statement. William Shakespeare is the father of sonnet. Again, William Shakespeare is the father of sonnet. Is it true or false? What do you think is the correct answer? That's commendable. Our second statement is false. It is not William Shakespeare, but it is the Italian poet Petrarch, who is considered to be the father of sonnet because it was him who has written the very first sonnet during the early Italian Renaissance. For our third and last statement, in a story, vantage point is the conflict or dilemma. Again, in a story, vantage point is the conflict or dilemma. Is it true or false? What is your answer? Wow, very good. The answer for the third statement is false. Remember that in a story, vantage point does not talk about the conflict or the problem, but instead, it talks about the point of view. Now, did you get the three statements correctly? Wow, that's amazing. Great job, everyone. Even though our game is that short and simple, I am still hopeful that you have refreshed your minds about our past discussion. So, buckle up, everyone, and let's start today's session. We will talk about MELC 1 today, which is about differentiating biases from prejudices. But our focus is on Lesson 1, Prejudices. My dear grade 9 students, Please prepare your activity sheets and listen attentively to our discussion. On the first page of your activity sheets, you will see an image of a blindfolded man. And on both of his sides, you will see two statements. Let us all read the statements together. First, Miss Ellis cannot serve on a jury because she is a woman. Second, Carlo hates K-pop groups because they are not Filipinos. Now, after reading the two statements, what do you think do they illustrate? That's right. Both statements illustrate bad judgment or negative opinions. And the blindfold represents our justice system, being blind or being unfair to what the truth really is. Those sentences gave you a little bit of taste of the definition of prejudice. But to give you a deeper understanding, let me explain to you more about prejudices and its common types. Let's proceed to the highlight of our discussion. Let me share to you a conversation of a woman and a man which was transcribed from the video clip courtesy of Darman Studios, posted on Facebook last August 11, 2020. If you are watching live, please read each line with me. But if you are listening on the radio, please feel the emotions and let's observe the conversation attentively and carefully. Fire all cops! Fire all cops! Hey, hey, hey! Sign this petition so we can finally get rid of the police. The woman aggressively shouted. The man replied, Get rid of the police? So who are you gonna call when you need help? The woman insisted. They are not going to help you. They are all bad. The man calmly said, Listen, I understand, okay? And trust me, I've had my own bad experiences with the police. But you cannot judge all cops because of some bad ones. The woman carelessly responded, Whatever. Fire all cops. Fire all cops. Fire all cops. You are exactly what is wrong with this country. All you cops are bad. She shouted as she points out one policeman. The policeman answered back, No, actually, ma'am, that is not true. You see, Before the policeman even finished his statement, the woman said, I don't want to hear it. You just get out of here. Okay, you have a nice day, ma'am. The policeman replied sadly, All you cops need to be fired. Fire all cops. Fire all cops. The woman continued to shout against the police while she does not notice that there is a man who is persistently looking at her purse. Then, all of a sudden, the man snatched the woman's purse. Give me your purse! The snatcher grabbed the purse forcefully. Get off me! Hey, help! Hey, please, somebody help me! The woman cried, but the snatcher is already gone with the purse. The policeman heard the scream, then hurriedly went to the woman to help. Ma'am, what happened? That guy stole my purse, the woman exclaimed. Without even thinking twice, the police said, I'm on it. Stop! You are under arrest. Ma'am, here is your purse. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I'm really so sorry for what I've said earlier. The woman is very apologetic. The policeman said, No, ma'am, don't worry about it. Believe me, I understand. But all I ask you is that before you judge me, you get to know me. You see, I am not just a cop. I am also a family man. Each morning, I say goodbye to my wife and my little girl, not knowing if I'll ever see them again. My job is not easy. Every day, I put my life on the line, ready to take a bullet for a complete stranger. But in the end, it's all worth it, because I believe in God and in helping others. I know there are some bad cops out there, but please know, I'm just upset about the injustices that exist. I try my best every day to fight against them. But no matter how much I do the right thing, people still hate me. They judge me without even knowing me. So, you see, before you judge me, you get to know me. The woman was so surprised. Wow, I had no idea you had to go through that every day. I'm really so sorry, and you're right. I shouldn't judge all cops based on a few bad ones. Thank you, the policeman said. You're welcome, ma'am. You have a good day. That's the end of the conversation. My dear grade 9 students, how would you describe the statements of the woman? Is she fairly expressing her opinions about the cops? Or the better question is, does she have any proof about her accusations that all of the police are bad? We have the same observation, isn't it? The woman in the conversation completely hated all the cops without knowing the characters and the attitudes of these people. The bad judgment of the woman against the police is considered prejudice. So, what's a prejudice? Prejudice came from the Latin word pre, which means before, and judge, and that's according to Wikipedia 2020. It is prejudgment or forming an opinion before becoming aware of the relevant facts of a case. The word is often used to refer to preconceived, usually unfavorable judgments toward a person or people because of gender, beliefs, values, class status, age, disability, sexuality, race or ethnicity, language, nationality, occupation, education, or personal characteristics. That is according to Wikicode 2021. Take a closer look at these examples. All Mexicans are illegal aliens and thieves. All black people are unemployed criminals. Now, both sentences are showing strong, insulting, and negative judgment and opinion toward the Mexican people and the black people. As a result, both sentences are obviously considered prejudice. There are 5 common types of prejudices. I will show you statements illustrating different prejudices, and let's discover what type of prejudice do the sentences illustrate. Let's take a look at the first example. All males possess the tendency to be womanizers. All males possess the tendency to be womanizers. This sentence clearly shows prejudice. But do you notice to whom does this sentence show prejudice? That's right, it shows a prejudice against males or boys or men. In short, gender. So the type of prejudice that is being illustrated in this statement is called gender prejudice. Gender prejudice refers to the attitude that all members of a particular gender, like all women, all girls, all men, and all boys, are a certain type of person. Let's take a look at the second statement. All Mexican people are illegal aliens and thieves. Again, all Mexican people are illegal aliens and thieves. This is an insulting judgment, and we know that this is again a prejudice. But to whom does this sentence show prejudice? That's right, it shows a prejudice against Mexican people. and the Mexican people are an ethnic group from Mexico, a country in the south portion of North America. And the type of prejudice that is being shown in this statement is called ethnic or racial prejudice. This happens when negative opinions, beliefs, or attitude are held about people for the simple reason that they belong to a specific ethnic group. Let's take a look at the third statement. Lesbians and homosexuals are all bad. My goodness, this is a very alarming opinion and judgment against lesbians and homosexuals. This prejudice is clearly against LGBTQ community. So, this statement is illustrating what we call sexual orientation prejudice. This is called homophobia. It is often based on the stereotype that all gay men or lesbians are immoral and thus inferior. These may include transgender or transsexual individuals. Let's take a look at the fourth example. Leo is 50 years old. He is not qualified for a managerial position in the company because he is too old. That's according to his boss. What do you notice? This sentence shows prejudice because of Leo's age and he is already old. So, can you guess what type of prejudice does this sentence illustrate? That's right, age prejudice. Age prejudice reflects a prejudice against younger or older adults. It is defined as any attitude, action, or institutional structure which subordinates a person or group of people based off age. Now let's take a look at the last statement. Poor people have to work as house helpers. This is a very insulting opinion against the poor, isn't it? That is actually what we refer to as class prejudice. Why does it call class prejudice? Because this is the attitude or opinion that those in a certain economic class are inferior to another class. It is discriminatory attitude or a distinction made between social and economic classes. So, those are the 5 common types of prejudices: gender prejudice, ethnic or racial prejudice, sexual orientation prejudice, age prejudice, and class prejudice. For you to better understand the concept of prejudice and its common types, let's enjoy doing this series of activities found on your activity sheets. So, get your activity sheets and pen and let's answer. Let's begin with activity 1. You will see a box and inside are the 5 common types of prejudices. After listening to our discussion earlier, please define each type of prejudice by writing the letter of the correct type of prejudice on the space provided before each number. Let's start with the first. It refers to the attitude that all members of a particular gender, like all women, all girls, all men, and all boys, are a certain type of person. Please choose inside the box. What do you think is the correct letter? What's the answer? The answer is D. Very good. How about the second one? It happens when negative opinions, beliefs, or attitudes are held about people for the simple reason that they belong to a specific ethnic group. What's the answer? The answer is very good. It's E. Wow, that's nice. How about the third one? It is often based on the stereotype that all gay men or lesbians are immoral and thus inferior. What's the correct answer? The correct answer is B. Very good. You're doing great. How about the fourth one? It reflects a prejudice against older adults. It is defined as any attitude, action, or institutional structure which subordinates a person or group because of age. What's the answer? The answer is very good. It's A. Now, how about the last one? It is the attitude or opinion that those in a certain economic class are inferior to another class. What's the correct answer? The answer is very good. It's C. You're doing perfectly fine. And please count the number of the correct answer. Grade 9 students, did you get all correct answers? Wow, that's very remarkable. You are really paying attention to our discussion. Activity 1 is just our warm-up activity though. Let us now see if you can apply the learnings about the 5 common types of prejudices. Let's proceed to activity number 2. Can you tell the prejudice? Read the statements and underline the type of prejudice that is exhibited in each statement. If the statement does not exhibit prejudice, underline none. Let's answer items 1 and 2. Number 1. That young child is very unlucky because her parents are beggars. My goodness. What do you think is the correct answer? Please underline. The correct answer is very good. It's class. You know, it's having a discrimination against the beggars, so it's class. How about the second one? Your father and my father are both gentlemen, so we are equal. What do you think is the correct answer? The correct answer is very good. It's none. Both gentlemen are equal, so there's no prejudice at all. Very well. I think items 3, 4, 5 are just piece of cake for you. So please answer them on your own, and let's check them on the next session. Analyzing the types of prejudice in certain texts is very important skill. And since I see that you are developing the skill little by little, I am amazed. Now, let's try to answer activity 3. All you have to do is to encircle the correct prejudice that is exhibited in the image. Let's try image number 1. Let me show you the image. Take a closer look at the image. Now, encircle the type of prejudice that is illustrated. What is the answer? Very good. It's none. There is no actually prejudice. I commend everyone for answering our activities that well. So to add more spice, please answer the post-listening activities 1 and 2. If you have any questions, take a look at my phone number. You can contact me or send me a text message and I will address your concerns right away. Today's session was fun. Today's discussion only gives us the most important life lesson. We should never write or say any prejudices against other people because we are all created equal by God. So we must respect everyone regardless of everything. I hope you enjoy and understood today's lesson. Always remember to enjoy while learning. This has been your teacher broadcaster for today. By the way, again, I'm Luigi S. Carmen. I wish everyone to have a wonderful day and see you soon. Be safe always. God bless us all. Goodbye.
Alam niyo ba na ang kinikilalang Guinness Book of World Records holder bilang pinakamaliit na commercially harvested fish ay isang sinarapan? Ito ay matatagpuan lamang sa Pilipinas, sa Lake Buhi sa Bicol River. Isa itong uri ng goby na may transparent na katawan na may sukat na 12.5 mm. Alam mo na, yan ang sinarapan.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot. This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today. Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at ng DZTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Isang masigla at ligtas na hapon mga ka-TarlakHenyo. Narito na naman tayo nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta kayo mga ginigilo kong mag-aaral sa ikasyam na baitang? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon, ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Binibining Rachel Ann P. Chaos, upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin sa araw na ito. Ang konsepto ng macroeconomics at paikot na daloy ng ekonomiya. Bago pa man tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, ay narito ang iilan sa mga paalala. Siguraduhin ninyong nasa lugar kayo ngayon na komportable na napapanood at naririnig ang ating broadcast. Matanong ko lang, nagmerienda na ba kayo? Mabuti naman, dahil nararapat lamang na may laman ang inyong mga tiyan upang mas maging alerto ang inyong mga isip at maayos na maunawaan ang ating aralin sa araw na ito. Sa puntong ito, nais kong kunin ninyo ang inyong learner's material sa Araling Panlipunan 9 para sa unang linggo ng ikatlong markahan. Ito ay ang Module 1 na may pamagat na paikot na daloy ng ekonomiya. Ihanda rin ang inyong learning activity sheet, ballpen at sulatang papel upang maisulat o maitala ninyo ang mga mahahalagang konsepto o impormasyon na aking mababanggit. Ang ating paksang aralin ay patungkol sa konsepto ng macroeconomics at paikot na daloy ng ekonomiya. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksa ngayong araw, ay alalahanin muna natin ang ating naging aralin noong nakaraang episode. Natatandaan pa ba ninyo? Magaling! Sa nakaraang episode, ating tinalakay ang ugnayan ng pamilihan sa pamahalaan. Isang batayan sa pag-aaral ng economics ang pamilihan bilang isang mabisang mekanismo kung saan natutugunan ang walang katapusang pangangailangan at kagustuhan ng tao. At ang presyo bilang tanging salik na pokus ng pakikialam ng pamahalaan sa pamilihan. Ang pamahalaan bilang isang mahalagang institusyon ng ating bansa ay kinakailangang makialam o manghimasok sa takbo ng pamilihan upang magkaroon ng price stabilization at maiwasan ang mataas na inflation. Ang pagkontrol ng pamahalaan sa presyo ng pamilihan ay nahahati sa dalawang uri. Una ay ang price ceiling o kilala din bilang maximum price policy. Ito ay may layuning matulungan ang mga consumer. Ikalawa ay ang price floor na kilala bilang minimum price policy. Ito naman ay may layuning matulungan ang mga producer, lalo na sa sektor ng agrikultura at ng mga manggagawa. Binabati ko kayo dahil napagtagumpayan ninyo na matapos ang mga gawain sa ikalawang markahan mula sa ugnayan at interaksyon ng demand at supply, pamilihan at iba't ibang istruktura nito at ang ugnayan ng pamilihan at pamahalaan. Naway ang inyong mga natamong kaalaman at kasanayan ay inyong magamit upang maging mapanagutang mamamayan kasabay ng inyong pagtugon sa inyong mga pangangailangan. At ngayon, sa palagay ko ay handa na kayo sa ating bagong paksa sa araw na ito. Inaasahan na sa pagtatapos ng aralin na ito ay inyo nang naipaliliwanag ang bahaging ginagampanan ng mga bumubuo sa paikot na daloy ng ekonomiya. Sa ikatlong markahan ay inaasahan na malinang ang inyong kakayahan sa pagko-compute gamit ang kaalaman sa matematika. Kritikal na makapagsusuri at makapagbigay interpretasyon ng mga aktwal na datos ukol sa Gross National Product at Gross Domestic Product, pagpapahalaga sa kita, pagkonsumo at pamumuhunan, maipaliwanag ang epekto ng inflasyon, at masuri ang mga pamamaraan upang maiwasan ang epektong dulot nito sa pambansang ekonomiya. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aaral sa ikasyam na baitang na nakikinig o nanonood sa ating broadcast, kung kayo po ay may mga katanungan o nais linawin ukol sa ating paksa ngayong araw, maaari kayong magbigay ng mensahe sa aking messenger. I-type lamang po ang facebook.com/rehelia.ana o tumawag o mag-text sa numerong 0977-425-0552. Uulitin ko po ang numerong maaari ninyong tawagan, 0977-425-0552. Bago natin simulan ang ating talakayan, ay atin munang sukatin ang inyong paunang kaalaman sa ating magiging paksa. Tatawagin natin itong hula-letra. Tignan sa loob ng lobo ang tamang letra upang mabuo ang salita. Ang ilang letra ay ibinigay na bilang iyong gabay. Handa ka na ba? Para sa unang bilang, ito ay dibisyon ng economics na nakatuon sa kabuuang ekonomiya. Ang mga letrang iyong gabay ay M, K, at S. Nahulaan mo ba ang tinutukoy? Kung ang iyong sagot ay macroeconomics, tama ka. Ikalawang bilang. Ito ay salaping kinokolekta ng pamahalaan upang makalikom ng pondo. Ang letrang iyong gabay ay W. Kung ang sagot mo ay buwis, tama ka ulit. Ikatlong bilang. Ang pinagmumulan ng mga salik ng produksyon. Ang ating bonus letters ay B at Y. Ang sagot mo ba ay sambahayan? Napakahusay mo! Ikaapat na bilang. Ito ang bumubuo ng mga produkto at serbisyong panlipunan. Ang mga letrang iyong gabay ay P at A. Kung ang iyong hula ay pamahalaan, tama ka. At para sa ikalimang bilang, ito ay tawag sa pagbebenta ng produkto sa ibang bansa. Ang mga bonus letters ay X at T. Kung ang iyong sagot ay export, very good! Nakuha mo bang lahat ang tamang sagot? Magaling! Ngayon ay magsisimula na tayo sa ating paksang aralin. balikan natin ang kahulugan ng economics, ito ay mayroong dalawang sangay, ang microeconomics at ang macroeconomics. Ang microeconomics ay sumusuri o tumatalakay sa maliit na unit ng ekonomiya o nakatuon sa desisyon ng bawat pamilya at bahay kalakal. Ito ay ang saklaw ng ating aralin sa ikalawang markahan. Sa ikatlong markahan ay ating susuriin ang ikalawang sangay ng economics, ang macroeconomics. Ito ay nakatuon sa pag-aaral ng buong ekonomiya. Ito ay nakasentro sa komposisyon at galaw ng pambansang ekonomiya. At sinusuri ng macroeconomics ang malawakang pangyayaring pang-ekonomiya tulad ng pagbabago sa kawalan ng trabaho, pambansang kita, gross domestic product, inflasyon, at antas ng presyo. May apat na pangunahing pinagtutuunan ng pansin ang macroeconomics. Una, binibigyang pansin ng macroeconomics ang kabuuang antas ng presyo. Ang pagtaas ng kabuuang presyo ay pangunahing pinagtutuunan ng pansin ng mga gumagawa ng batas o patakaran na nakakaapekto sa mga mamamayan sa kabuuan. Ikalawa ay binibigyang pansin ang kabuuang produksyon o ang bilang ng kalakal at paglilingkod na nagawa sa ekonomiya. Ito rin ay nagiging batayan sa pagsukat ng kakayahan ng ekonomiya kung papaano matutugunan ang pangangailangan ng lipunan at ng buong bansa sa kabuuan. Ikatlo ay binibigyang pansin ng macroeconomics ang kabuuang empleyo. Mahalaga ito para sa nagpaplano ng ekonomiya at bumubuo ng mga patakarang pangkabuhayan upang matiyak na may mapagkukunan ng ikabubuhay ang bawat pamilya sa lipunan. At ang ikaapat at panghuli ay tinitingnan din ang ibang bahagi ng mundo at relasyon nito sa panloob na ekonomiya. Hindi maihihiwalay ang mga pangyayaring pandaigdigan sa kalagayan ng ekonomiya sa loob ng bansa. May malaking epekto ang kalagayang pang-ekonomiya ng ibang bansa sa ekonomiya ng iba't ibang bansa sa buong daigdig. Maliban sa apat na ating nabanggit, saklaw din ng macroeconomics ang tamang pagpapairal ng mga patakarang pang-ekonomiko at pinag-aaralang mabuti ang mga prinsipyo ng pagbagsak ng mga pamilihan at nakatuon ang atensyon sa kilos ng mga tao, sambahayan at industriya. Sa ating unang paksa ay ating tatalakayin ang paikot na daloy ng ekonomiya. Naitanong nyo ba sa inyong mga sarili kung papaanong gumagalaw ang ekonomiya ng isang bansa? Sa unang aralin na ito ay kikilalanin natin ang mga aktor na kumikilos sa ekonomiya at ang bahaging ginagampanan sa palitan ng salapi, produkto at serbisyo, gamit ang mga modelo ng pambansang ekonomiya. Ang pagsusuri sa buong gawi ng ekonomiya ay isang napakalawak na gawain. Mailalarawan ang galaw ng buong ekonomiya sa isang payak na kalagayan sa pamamagitan ng paikot na daloy ng mga produkto at serbisyo. Sa pag-aaral ng paikot na daloy ng ekonomiya, laging tandaan ang dalawang pangunahing aktor, ang sambahayan at bahay kalakal. Ang sambahayan ay ang kalipunan ng mga mamimili sa isang ekonomiya. Dito ay nagkakaroon ng demand sa mga produkto at serbisyo, ngunit walang kakayahan na gawin ang mga ito. Nasa kanila ang mga salik ng produksyon at ang bahay kalakal naman ay ang tagalikha ng mga produkto. May 5 modelo ang pambansang ekonomiya. Gumagamit ng modelo sa pagsusuri ang macroeconomics. Ang modelo ay representasyon ng isang ipinaliliwanag na konsepto o kaganapan. Ang mga ito ay naglalarawan ng interdependence ng lahat ng sektor ng isang ekonomiya. Sa pamamagitan nito na ipapakita ng simple ang realidad. Maaaring isa rin itong abstract generalization kung papaano nagkakaugnay-ugnay ang mga datos. Ang unang modelo ng pambansang ekonomiya ay nagpapakita ng payak na ekonomiya kung saan ang sambahayan at bahay kalakal ay iisa. Ang lumilikha ng produkto ay siya ring consumer. Ang supply ng bahay kalakal ay demand nito kapag kabilang na ito sa sambahayan. Halimbawang ikaw ay bibisita sa iyong kamag-anak sa Visayas. Habang nasa laot, inabutan kayo ng bagyo at nasira ang inyong sinasakyang barko. Dinala ka ng alon sa Pampang at napagtanto mong mag-isa kang nakaligtas. Walang kasama at hindi ka agad makakaalis sa lugar. Ano ang gagawin mo upang makuha ang iyong pangangailangan? Hindi ba't gagawa ka ng paraan upang makuha ang iyong pangangailangan? Hahanap ka ng paraan upang matugunan mo ang iyong mga pangangailangan dahil wala namang gagawa nito para sa iyo. Ikaw ang maghahanap ng pagkain, gagawa ng sariling bahay at bubuo ng sariling damit. Sa madaling salita, ang sambahayan at bahay kalakal ay ikaw lamang. Ang kita sa simpleng ekonomiya ay ang halaga ng produksyon sa isang takdang panahon. Inaasahan na ang halaga ng produksyon ay siya ring halaga ng pagkonsumo sa produkto. Upang lumago ang ekonomiya, kinakailangang maitaas ng kaukulang sektor ang kanyang produksyon at pagkonsumo. Ang pag-iral ng sistema ng pamilihan sa pambansang ekonomiya ang tuon naman sa ikalawang modelo. Ang sambahayan at bahay kalakal ang siyang pangunahing sektor pa rin dito. Sa puntong ito, masasabing magkaiba ang sambahayan at bahay kalakal. Matutunghayan ang ikalawang modelo ng pambansang ekonomiya sa ating figura na makikita sa inyong mga screens at sa inyong learner's material na nasa pahina 233. May 2 uri ng pamilihan sa pambansang ekonomiya. Ang unang uri ay ang pamilihan ng mga salik ng produksyon o factor markets. Kabilang dito ang pamilihan para sa kapital na produkto, lupa at paggawa. Ang ikalawang uri ay ang pamilihan ng mga tapos na produkto o commodity market o good market. Ang sambahayan ay may demand sa produkto, ngunit wala itong kakayahang lumikha ng produkto. Ang bahay kalakal ang tanging may kakayahang lumikha nito, subalit bago makalikha ng produkto, kailangan ng bahay kalakal na bumili o umupa ng mga salik ng produksyon. Makikipag-ugnayan ang bahay kalakal sa sambahayan sa pamamagitan ng mga pamilihan ng mga salik ng produksyon. Sa paggamit ng mga kapital na produkto, kailangang magbayad ng interes ang bahay kalakal. Halimbawa sa paggamit ng lupa, magbabayad ang bahay kalakal ng renta o upa at sa paggamit naman ng paggawa, magbibigay ito ng pasahod. Dahil sa sambahayan di nagmumula ang entrepreneur, may kita itong nakukuha mula sa pagpapatakbo ng negosyo. At ang kita ng entrepreneur ay nabibilang na kita ng sambahayan. 4 ang pinagmumulan ng kita ng sambahayan. Kumikita ang sambahayan sa interes, kita ng entrepreneur, renta o upa at pasahod sa paggawa. Sa pananaw naman ng bahay kalakal, ang interes, kita ng entrepreneur, renta o upa at mga pasahod sa paggawa ay may mga gastusin sa produksyon. Matapos ang produksyon, makikipag-ugnayan ang bahay kalakal sa sambahayan sa pamilihan ng kalakal at paglilingkod. Dito bibili ang sambahayan ng produkto na pantugon sa pangangailangan o kagustuhan nito. Gagamitin ng sambahayan ang natanggap na kita upang makabili ng produkto. Sa pananaw naman ng sambahayan, ito ay gumagastos sa pagbili ng produkto. Kung saan gumagastos ang sambahayan, doon kumikita ang bahay kalakal. Mamamalas dito ang interdependence ng sambahayan at bahay kalakal. Ang dalawang aktor ay umaasa sa isa't isa upang matugunan ang kanilang mga pangangailangan at kagustuhan. Mapapansin din na kumikita ang isang sektor sa bawat paggastos ng ibang sektor. Dahil dito, may dalawang pagsukat sa kita ng pambansang kita. Ang isa ay sa pamamagitan ng halaga ng gastusin ng sambahayan at bahay kalakal. Ang isa naman ay sa pamamagitan ng kabuuang kita ng sambahayan at bahay kalakal. Ang kabuuang kita ay naglalarawan din ng produksyon ng pambansang ekonomiya. Sa ikalawang modelo, ang paglago ng ekonomiya ay nakabatay sa pagtaas ng produksyon. Upang maitaas ang produksyon, kailangang marami ang magagamit na salik ng produksyon. Bukod dito, kailangang mataas din ang antas ng produktibidad ng mga salik. Sa makatwid, kailangan ng paglago ng kapital. Kailangang malinang ang produktibidad ng lupa at kailangang mapag-ibayo ng isang entrepreneur ang kanyang kaalaman sa pagpapatakbo ng negosyo. Sa ganitong kalagayan, tataas ang mga kita ng sambahayan at bahay kalakal. Sa ating susunod na talakayan ay ating susuriin ang bahaging ginagampanan ng iba't ibang sektor sa ikatlong modelo ng pambansang ekonomiya. Maaari ninyong basahin sa pahina 9 to 10 sa inyong module. Ayan, bago tayo magtapos, titignan ko kung talagang nakinig kayo sa ating talakayan. Isulat nyo lamang ang fact kung ang pahayag na aking babanggitin ay tama at bluff naman kung mali. Una, ang unang modelo ng pambansang ekonomiya ay naglalarawan ng simpleng ekonomiya. Kung ang sagot mo ay fact, ikaw ay tumpak. Ikalawa, ang dalawang aktor sa ikalawang modelo ay ang sambahayan at pamahalaan. Kung ang napili mo ay bluff, ikaw ay correct. Ikatlo, sa ikalawang modelo, makikita ang interdependence ng sambahayan at bahay kalakal. Ang napili mo ba ay fact? You're right! Ikaapat, sa unang modelo ng pambansang ekonomiya, ang sambahayan at bahay kalakal ay iisa. Ang iyong sagot ba ay fact? Tama! At para sa ikalima, sinusuri ng macroeconomics ang malihit na bahagi ng ekonomiya. Ang iyong isinulat ba ay bluff? Perfect! Inaasahan ko na kayo'y natuto sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Binibining Regialan P. Jaos na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral sa Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli!
Alam niyo ba na ang whale shark ay hindi isang whale? Ang whale shark o butanding ay kinikilalang world's largest fish at tinatawag gentle giants. May sukat itong 12 meters. Maliliit ang ngipin ng butanding, kaya naman planktons o maliliit na hipon at isda lang ang kaya nilang kainin. Simula noong 2011, marami nang nahumaling mag-whale shark watching sa Oslo, Cebu. Alam niyo na, yan ang whale shark!
Handa ka na bang magpabakuna? Narito ang mga paalala at hakbang na gagawin sa proseso ng pagbabakuna. Bago ang pagbabakuna, kinakailangan mo nang dumaan sa pre-vaccination screening. Kinakailangan kumuha muna ng medical clearance sa doktor ang mga kabilang sa special population tulad ng mga sumusunod. May problema sa immune system, may cancer, may HIV, sumasailalim sa transplant operation, kasalukuyang umiinom ng steroids, mga senior citizens na may special conditions. Step 1. Waiting area. Siguraduhin kayo ay pumunta sa tamang oras at petsa ng inyong schedule sa pagbabakuna. Hindi papayagan ang mga walk-in sa vaccination sites. Maupo sa bakanting upuan alinsunod sa tamang pagkakasunod ng bilang. Hintayin na tawagin kayo para sa susunod na hakbang. Habang nag-aantay, sumunod sa minimum public health standards. Isuot ang face mask at face shield. Sundin ang proper physical distancing at ugaliing maghugas at isanitize ang kamay. Step 2. Registration. Sundin ang mga patakaran ng inyong LGU o vaccination site sa pag-register at ipakita ang inyong government ID. Bibigyan kayo ng kopya ng informed consent form, health screening form, at mga pamphlet tungkol sa bakuna na pwede ninyong basahin. Hintayin na matapos ang proseso ng registration bago pumunta sa susunod na hakbang. Step 3. Screening. Kayo ay isasailalim sa health screening at tatanungin tungkol sa inyong kalusugan tulad ng history of COVID-19 exposure, history of vaccination, mga gamot na iniinom, kung may allergies at iba pa. Ito ay para makasiguro kung angkop para sa inyo ang magpapakuna sa kasalukuyan. Step 4. Health Education. Makinig sa ibabahaging importanteng impormasyon tungkol sa pagbabakuna para sa COVID-19. Kung mayroon pa kayong ibang katanungan, sumangguni sa ating mga vaccination staff. Siguraduhin na pirmahan ang consent form na pumapayag kayong magpabakuna bago pumunta sa susunod na hakbang. Step 5. Vaccine Administration. Ito ang panahon kung saan kayo ay babakunahan sa loob ng 1 hanggang 2 minuto. Huwag kalimutan na kunin ang inyong vaccination card pagkatapos matanggap ang bakuna. Step 6. Observation. Alinsunod sa Department of Health, ang lahat ng magpapabakuna ay kailangang manatili sa pasilidad ng 15 hanggang 30 minuto para obserbahan kung may hindi magandang nararamdaman. Ang ating medical staff ay nakatutok sa inyo para ma-monitor ang inyong kalusugan. Bibigyan kayo ng mga pangalan ng health facility o hotline o contact kung saan pwedeng pumunta kung kinakailangang sumangguni dahil sa side effects ng bakuna. Narito rin ang mga paalala na dapat tandaan. Siguraduhin bumalik sa schedule para sa pangalawang dose ng bakuna. Laging tandaan na kahit nabakunahan ka na, ay huwag pa rin kalimutang sumunod sa minimum public health standards tulad ng pagsasanitize ng mga kamay, pagsusuot ng face mask at face shield, at pagdidistansya sa iba ng 1 metro. Ito ay para na rin sa ating proteksyon at sa proteksyon ng iba. Para sa karagdagang impormasyon, bisitahin ang mga sumusunod na pages. Tara sa Vida Vaccination!
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today? Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster,
Aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience,
Serving you with the different skills learned and have fun together.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC 8 to 8 AM Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am Jose Dico, your TLE teacher broadcaster for grade 9. Good afternoon, especially to our grade 9 learners. Join me in an exciting topic in TLE Industrial Arts, Domestic Refrigeration and Air Condition. Alright, before anything else, my dear students, I want you to be in a place where you are most comfortable while listening to DCTC 8 to 8 AM station and watching FB live via RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Bring out your compendium of notes, ball pen, and paper. So first, let us have a review on our previous topic. Last time, we discussed the different types of air condition unit. Can you name them? Very good. We have two types of air condition unit. The first one is the domestic type of aircon unit and the package type aircon unit. Under the domestic type of aircon unit, we have two examples. We have the window type air condition unit and we have also the portable air condition unit. We all have also an examples of package type unit aircon unit. We have the wall mounted, ceiling mounted, and also the floor mounted type. So, are you ready for our next lesson? Great! Open your compendium of notes in DOMRAC on page 17. And our lesson is to identify the different factors to consider before installing an air condition unit. Do you have an air condition unit at home? Are you satisfied or comfortable in using them? Was your current air condition unit installed correctly? You might be wondering why I am asking you this, and they may seem odd questions to ask. We will answer these questions which are related to our topic for today. So shall we get started? Are you excited? Our topic are the different factors to consider in installing air condition unit. By the way, air conditioning unit is no longer a luxury appliance nowadays, but a necessity, especially during hot or summer season. Air condition provide cool air inside the room. It improves the quality by filtering out pollutants and allergens. And also, it reduces the ambient humidity. It is important to choose the right aircon unit that fits your needs. Oftentimes, people purchase an air condition unit and must consider the following: efficiency, cost, size, durability, energy consumption, and etc. Now, the following are the different factors to consider in successful aircon installation. The size of the room is the most common and important consideration in buying and installing an air condition unit. It is the key in providing you with comfort, efficiency, and long service life in using aircon. If the aircon unit is too small for the room, it may fail to give you comfort during hot season. And it will cause the compressor runs continuously, resulting to high electric consumption and may damage the compressor, leading to additional expense in servicing the unit. To accurately find the area of the room, we will use the mathematical formula in getting the area of a square, which is length multiplied by the width. So I have an example here on how to get the needed aircon based on area. So the size of the room is 4 meters by 5 meters. So if we multiply the length and the width, the product would be 20 square meters, divided by the capacity of aircon unit per square area, which will be shown on the next table. So based on the room size and the table, it is recommended to use a 1.5 horsepower aircon. We can also get this by dividing the product, which is 20 square meter to 16 square meter per horsepower. But please do take note that the height of the room must be considered as well. So if we will going to make an advice, you may consider going one step higher or to make the cooling more efficient and fast. Again, it is only based on room area and not with other factors. Next, we have the location of the air condition. When installing an aircon unit, it is best to find a place possible location, okay, to give your system's components enough space inside and out for easy access and to get the full potential of the aircon unit. The unit should not exceed 1.5 meters from the power source. This is to avoid loose or tight pulling on the cord, and most of the brand new units comes with 1 to 2 meter electric cord. Next, do not install near a heat source, steam source, or flammable gas because it may affect the thermostat. Thermostat is highly heat-sensitive switch that controls the compressor when to turn on and turn off when the desired temperature has been reached. Continuous running of the compressor may lead to overheat and may cause fire. Next, leave at least 1 meter gap of space between the fans to avoid blockage. Because the refrigerant inside the condenser coil will be air-cooled by the blower fan. Thus, air is needed to cool it faster. Do not install in the corner of the room or house. This is to give way to the aircon lower to distribute the air evenly and to avoid cool being absorbed by the wall. Plan to install the aircon where cool air can freely circulate from top to bottom. The aircon needs to move a certain amount of air to keep your home cool. The aircon manufacturer specifies appropriate airflow rates for particular situation and to avoid current overload. Exposure to sun rays. Find the place that is properly shaded. The heat absorbed by the refrigerant inside the room will be removed as it passes through the condenser coil and with the help of the blower fan. However, heat coming from the sun rays may add to the heat absorbed by the refrigerant and may hinder the cooling process of the refrigerant on the condenser coil and may result to a lesser cooler room temperature. We need to take note the type of materials used to build our walls, its capabilities to absorb heat and moisture. It is known that hollow blocks and cements are considered highly heat absorbent, while woods are lesser heat absorbent. Therefore, wood is more preferably for wall construction, but wood is more costly than the other. Ceiling should be insulated when installing an aircon unit because the cool air may escape from the room and hot air may come in through the ceiling and may affect the cooling of the room. Allocate at least 15 centimeters from the ceiling when placing the unit to make the circulation of air conveniently, and referring to manufacturer's manual and specification is our best option to attain the unit's full capacity. Scientifically speaking, hot air usually goes up and cool air goes down because cool air has more water molecules and becomes heavier than the hot air. The next factor to consider is the number of occupants, and it is very seldom asked. Some people experience that the unit is very cold at first, but as the number of people inside the room adds up, it takes time for the room to be cooled. It is because people or any living things dissipates heat that add to the heat inside the room, which makes the compressor work overtime to make the room cooler. So I have an example here. Assuming that a 1 horsepower, by the way, what is horsepower? Horsepower refers to the rotational power of the electric motor which drives the unit's compressor, and it does not have to do with the cooling. And the BTU, or the British Thermal Unit, it is the amount of heat required to raise the temperature of 1 pound of water by 1 degree Fahrenheit, or also known as calorie per hour. So if 1 horsepower is equal to 9,500 BTU per hour, please do take note, it depends on the brand. Different brands have different BTU. Okay? And please do take note as well that the higher the BTU, the higher cooling capacity of the unit. So, letter A, I have person sitting down, which is 370 BTU per hour. Letter B, person working, 700 to 1,500 BTU per hour. And person dancing or running, 2,000 BTU per hour. So, if a room has a 1 horsepower motor compressor, which is equal to 9,500 BTU per hour, how many people can stay inside either sitting down or sleeping? As you can see on the screen, 9,500 divided by the 370, that is the total BTU of a person sitting down, equal to approximately 26 person. That only applies if the people inside are sitting or sleeping. The moment they start moving, okay, the amount of heat being emitted is getting higher, and the same applies if there are children in the house, because children are very active and emit more heat. The heat emitted by the appliances such as television, computers, laptops, cell phones, lamps, chargers, etc. also emits heat that may affect the cooling process of the room. Heat being emitted from each appliance may add to the hot air circulating inside the room. And I have the table that shows the BTU per hour of an appliances based on their wattage or watts. As an example, I have here a TV set, 1 TV set, and 1 desktop computer, assuming each used 100 watts. So to get the answer, we have the solution. We add them and multiply to 341.21 4163, which is based on the BTU per hour of a 100 watts appliance. So the total, we will get the answer, 682.43 BTU per hour being needed, okay, to be cooled. So this will add to the hot air inside the room. So can you now imagine the effect of using your appliances inside your cooled room? Draining the unit is also another factor to consider to avoid inconvenience. Make sure that the water is channeled properly and that the unit is installed a little bit tilted at the back, so to let the flow of water out of the unit. The location of the water drainage, it depends on the unit's design, like at the back, at the bottom, or sometimes it has a drainage tray. So if you will install a drain pipe, it is best to use PVC, metal pipe, or water hose. Take note, there are also some models or brands that does not have water drain. Instead, the collected water is used to cool down the compressor and the water will soon evaporate. Power source is another factor that need to be considered. So this is to avoid any damage or accident on our house. And several considerations must be considered, such as, number 1, it is best to have a separate fuse or circuit breaker. This is to avoid damaging other appliances when the unit breaks down. Also, to easily cut off the unit from the main line in case of cleaning or servicing the unit. Number 2, avoid using an extension cord between the unit and the wall outlet. It may result to low voltage and overheating of the wire. That may lead to accident or worst, even fire. Number 3, install proper female outlet. Plug varies from manufacturer's specifications, and each design has a specific ampere to be used. And this is also to ensure the proper connection between the source and the unit. Number 4, use the correct wire gauge for specific horsepower of air condition unit. I have here the examples of wire size based on English and metric system. So it is best to use AWG. By the way, what is AWG? AWG stands for American Wire Gauge or standard type of wire. So as you noticed on the table, as the number is getting smaller on the English system, the metric system becomes larger because for English system of measurement, it pertains to the insulator or the non-electric conductor like plastic, rubber, etc. While the metric system pertains to the diameter of the wire. Okay, my dear students, those are the different factors that we need to consider in installing the air conditioned unit. Are you still with me? Nice! To try to gauge if you learn something from our topic for today, we will have a short quiz. Our quiz is a 5 items, true or false. Write the word true if the statement is correct and false if the statement is wrong. So I will read the statement twice and you will be given 5 seconds to answer each question. So you can write your answer on a sheet of paper, and for those who are on FB Live, you can also chat your answer. So are you ready? Okay, to get started, number 1, the formula to get the area of the room is length times width times height. Number 1, the formula to get the area of the room is length times width times height. Number 2, good air circulation outside makes the cooling process of refrigerant inside the condenser coil more efficient. Again, good air circulation outside makes the cooling process of refrigerant inside the condenser coil more efficient. Okay? Number 3, sun rays has no effect in cooling process of the aircon unit. I repeat, sun rays has no effect in cooling process of the aircon unit. Number 4, outlets for air conditioned units are all the same. I repeat, outlets for air conditioned units are all the same. Number 5, opening and closing of the room door affect the performance of the aircon unit. Again, number 5, opening and closing of the room door affect the performance of the aircon unit. Okay, so let us see how you perform on the quiz. We will answer the questions. Number 1, the answer is false because the formula for area is length multiplied by width only. And we only take into consideration the height in installing air condition unit. Number 2, true, because good circulation of air will help the cooling process of the refrigerant on the condenser coil faster. And number 3, false, because sun rays directly affect and may add heat to the refrigerant inside the condenser coil. Number 4, false, because plug and outlets are specifically designed for certain amperes. And number 5, true, because the cool air may exit the room and hot air may enter. Alright, for those who got a perfect score, congratulations! And for those who got 4 to 3, job well done! And for those who got 2 and below, do not lose hope and keep on trying. You may also review our compendium of notes in DOMRAC, okay, and so that you can get a higher score by next meeting. And yes, we're back. You're still tuned in to your favorite school on the air. This is Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DZTC 828 AM station, sponsored by our ever-supportive Congressman Charlie O. Cuangco of 1st District of Tarlac. Maraming salamat po, sir. So you may also watch us live on Facebook. Like and share our Facebook page, RTV Channel 26, RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828 AM Radio Filipino Tarlac. So once again, you may also watch us live on Facebook. Like and share our Facebook page, RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828 AM Radio Filipino Tarlac. So that was a great learning experience with you guys. Hopefully you enjoyed our lesson for today. And I will be glad to be with you again on our next episode and another exciting topic. So may I share with you this from Amelia Earhart? The most effective way to do it is to do it. And remember, in TLE, we have skills, the knowledge, and progress. Shout out po sa aming mapagmahal at supportive na Education Program Supervisor, Dr. Nancy C. Dolorosa, and also to our Principal, Dr. Epipania B. Dungka, and to our TLE Department Head, Mr. Joselito C. Ibanez, together with our other department heads from Tarlac National High School. And once again, I am Jose Dico, your TLE Anchor Teacher for today. Thank you very much and keep safe, everyone. Until next time.
ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
Alam niyo ba na ang salitang yoyo at ang makabagong bersyon nito ay naimbento ng isang Pilipinong nagngangalang Pedro Flores? Taong 1920s nang dinala ni Flores ang laruang ito sa Estados Unidos. Sinimulan niya ang paggawa nito sa kanyang maliit na pabrika sa California at ipinakita sa mga tao ang iba't ibang tricks ng paggamit nito. Alam mo na, yan ang yoyo!
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac. Good morning, Mas Talino Grade 4 learners.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Good afternoon, grade 9 learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC, Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am your teacher broadcaster, Ma'am Jocelyn B. Pancho, aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience in Music 9. Did you miss our discussion of lessons in grade 9? I'm sure you are all excited to listen to our another musical learning today. Some gentle reminders to our grade 9 learners and their learning partners at home. We want our discussion to be interactive, so please use our platforms RTV 26 Facebook page, MAPE9 TarlakHenyo page, and your respective subject GCs and comment your questions, answers to our activities, or just share your ideas about our lesson. So let's get the record playing. All eyes and ears to our discussion, dear grade 9 learners of Tarlac Province, as we go over our lesson on the air. Are you ready? Very good. I need you to relax because when we are relaxed, we are comfortable. And when we are comfortable, we can think well. And that's exactly what we need at this hour. To start our session, please get your CLP, that is compendium, your learning activity sheet, and your pen. So please get your compendium. Now that you have your compendium with you, let's get started. Let us look back on the lessons that we've had during the second quarter. So second quarter music took on the music of the classical period. We have discussed about the lives and works of the three notable classical music composer. Write A if the description I will give you is about the life and works of Franz Joseph Haydn. Write B if it's about the lives and works of Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. And write C if it's about Ludwig van Beethoven. Write your answers in a clean sheet of paper, or you can comment down your answers on our FB Live page. Ready? Number 1. This composer is known as the greatest composer of all times. Despite of being deaf, he was able to make great music in his career. Für Elise and Symphony No. 5 are among them. What is your answer? The correct answer is C. Ludwig van Beethoven. Number 2. This composer is known as the child prodigy. Having a knowledge of playing different kinds of musical instruments at an early age, he made a mark in classical music world. His famous works include Ein klein Nat Music and Rondo alla Turca. What is your answer? If you have answered B, you are correct. He is Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Number 3. This composer is known as the father of symphony, composing 106 symphonies in his musical career. The Surprise Symphony, the Military, and the Clock Symphony are among them. What is your answer? Did you answer A? Correct. He is Franz Joseph Haydn. What is your score for this activity? Did you get all 3 correct answers? Very good. You sure have a good understanding of our lesson last session. This makes me more enthusiastic for today's session. Remember, your learning task for today is at the end of the lesson, you should be able to explain the performance practice, setting, composition, role of composers and audience during the Romantic period. Relate romantic music to the other art forms and its history within the era. And number 3, describe the musical elements in a Romantic period music. Let's travel back in time once again and explore another interesting music in the period of history. But first, let us have our pre-test to assess what we already know about our lesson. In your learning activity sheet, answer activity 1, read the questions and choose the correct answer from the given choices. Write your answers in a clean sheet of paper. Are you ready? Start answering. Okay, your time is up. Let's check and see your scores for this activity. Number 1 is C, romantic period. Number 2 is C, having a strong feeling for one's nation. And number 3, freedom in writing and designing an intense personal expression or of self-emotion. That is letter A. What is your score for our pre-assessment activity? Did you get all 3 correct answers? If yes, you are at an advantage for our new lesson. If you have wrong answers, don't worry because all your questions for these lessons will be answered. Please open your compendium on page 2 for you to be guided properly in our discussion. Now, before we head out to our discussion, listen to the phrases I am going to read out. At the end of the phrase, tell me what is your idea or what is the idea being conferred from these phrases. Okay, ready? Picture number 1. Bouquet of red roses, chocolates, and gifts. I'm sure some of you have received these things last Valentine's Day from your loved ones. Picture number 2. Dinner by candlelight. The dining table is set in a very sentimental way with lights dimmed by candlelight and mood set with a sweet music. Picture number 3 is a movie with a love story theme. Picture number 4, a love song with lyrics describing strong affections for somebody. What idea do you think is conveyed from the phrases and pictures I have mentioned? You can type in your answers or ideas on the comment sections of our FB Live page. So I think there are some answers that are present on our MAPE page, so let's check some of them. An answer is given by a learner from Capas. She is Kela. She said that the phrases suggest ways of how a person expresses his or her love to somebody. Another answer from Kervin Jan Kapit, a grade 9 learner from Cristo Rey. He said the picture describes gestures of appreciation and affection to someone you have feelings for. And finally, an answer from Amber Ibrahim. He said that it gives him idea about how we show our emotions by expressing them in different ways, like giving gifts and flowers, eating in a romantic dinner date, and singing romantic songs to your special someone. You are all correct. I enjoyed reading your answers on our FB page. All your observations and ideas are correct. It is about expressing one's feelings to someone in a romantic way. From the phrases and answers that we have, can you guess what period in music history are we going to talk about for today? You are right. We are going to talk about romantic period music. When someone or something is said to be romantic, it means it has a strong effect on your emotions. That very idea can give us what type of music persisted during the Romantic period. Romantic period is the period in history that extended from 1820 to 1910. That is the era after medieval, Renaissance, Baroque, and Classical period. Romantic period is a cultural movement that stressed emotions, imagination, individualism, and freedom of expression. Note that during the classical period, composers used their passion for music to earn a living, but romantic period music was used more on freedom of expression. Looking back during the classical period where music is limited to nobility, romantic period gave chance to ordinary people in witnessing musical performances. As the century progressed, music became increasingly available and popular, and concert halls provided venue for musical performances, and instrumental music was available to a wide audience. One notable composer during this time is Ludwig van Beethoven, who bridged the late classical era and early romantic era. He's said to have bridged these two periods because he lived in both era. That is why he was able to combine both periods' characteristics and created great music. Note that expression of feeling is not only confined with love to somebody. It could also mean love for country. Nationalism is the awareness of the distinctive features of a nation and the intent to reveal, emphasize, and glorify these features. These are reflected in Romantic period music called nationalistic music. Nationalistic music refers to the use of musical ideas or motifs. Nationalistic music refers to the use of musical ideas or motifs that are identified with a specific country, region, or ethnicity, such as folk tunes and melodies, rhythms, and harmonies inspired by them. Can you give examples of nationalistic songs and music in the Philippines? Very good. Our very own national anthem, Lupang Hinirang, is a good example of nationalistic music. Pilipinas Kong Mahal is another example. Even in pop music, nationalistic songs are also reflected. Good examples of these are Noy P from Bamboo, and of course, Mga Kababayan Ko from the late Francis Magalona. Let's check how much you are learning. Let's have a quick quiz on what we have been discussing. In your learning activity sheet, activity 2, true or false. Read the statement carefully. Write true if the statement describes about Romantic period music. Write false if it does not. Number 1, true or false. Romantic period is the period that extended from 1820 to 1910. Number 2, Ludwig van Beethoven bridged late classical period and early Romantic period. True or false? Number 3, Romantic music was only available for the nobility. Let's check your answers. The statement for number 1 is true. The statement for number 2 is also true. But statement number 3 is false. Did you get all 3 correct answers? Very good. You are keenly listening to our discussion. Let's continue. Romantic period music will not attain its distinct characteristic if not with the musical elements the composers used to compose. These are the musical elements used in Romantic period music. Number 1 is the tempo. Tempo in music literally means speed. How fast or slow is the tune? It is usually identified as fast, slow, or moderate tempo. Camille Saint-Saëns is a Romantic music composer who used different tempo in one composition. Let's listen to Carnival of Animals by Camille Saint-Saëns and find out how the tempo of music describes each animal. In the music Carnival of Animals by Camille Saint-Saëns, the first tempo describes the movement of this giant animal, the elephant, in slow tempo, followed by a majestic moderate tempo describing the movements of the lion. The last part gave us an upbeat, lively, fast tempo depicting the cheerfulness of the birds. Another musical element in Romantic period music is the texture. Texture in music refers to how many musical layers play in one song. There are three types of texture. The first one is monophony. From the word mono, which means single, and phony, which means sounds. Monophonic texture has only one layer, the melody. With monophony, it doesn't matter how many instruments or singers are present as long as they are all singing or playing the same thing at the same time. Here is the song Row Your Boat in a monophonic style. The second type of texture is homophony. Homophony has two musical layers, the melody and the harmony. Basically, the melody is being accompanied by a musical instrument playing in chords. Let's listen to another version of Row Your Boat in homophony style. In the music Row Your Boat, melody was accompanied by a layer of piano chord as harmony. This type of texture is called homophony. Most popular music is in homophonic style. The third type of texture is called polyphony. Polyphony in music came from the word poly, which means many, and of course, phony, which means sound. It has two or more independent melodies playing at the same time. Polyphony also occurs when you take the same melody but started staggered interval. This is called the rounds. Let us listen to a polyphonic version of Row Your Boat. Okay, in the music that you heard, there is only one melody repeated 3 times but started at different intervals. Let us listen one more time to Row Your Boat song in different texture. The use of tempo and texture sets the mood in music. It is how the message of the songs are conveyed along with the use of other musical elements. Mood in music also means the atmosphere of the song or music being played. We may derive different moods in music such as scary, mystery, shocking, calm, peaceful, adventure, comic, warm, serious, inviting, dark, and excitement. These are only few atmospheres music can describe. Now it's time to test your knowledge about our discussion for today. In your learning activity sheet, Activity 3, Music Analysis, try analyzing the chosen romantic period music according to its texture, tempo, and its mood. Choose among the choices from each element and write your answers in a clean sheet of paper. Are you ready? Number 1. 2. Number 3. Okay, let's check your answers. The answer for music 1 is polyphony, slow, and sadness. The answer for music 2 is homophony, fast, and vibrant. The answer for music 3 is homophony, moderate, and fantasy. What is your score for this activity? If you get all 3 correct answers, very good. If you have wrong answers, you can always read back, and in your compendium, and your MAPE teachers are more than willing to give you clarifications. It has been a very musical learning for all of us today. I hope you have learned a lot. Again, this has been Ma'am Celine, your Music 9 anchor teacher, leaving you with the life lessons we have learned from the music of the Romantic period. Music is the universal language of mankind. It expresses that which cannot be said and on which it is impossible to be silent. Until next time!
Sa pagnanais na mapigilan ng ating pamahalaan ang pagdami ng bilang ng mga kaso ng COVID-19, binuo ang One Hospital Command Center o OHCC upang mas mabilis na matugunan ang medikal na pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Bukas ang OHCC 24 oras araw-araw. Tumawag lamang sa mga hotline nito sa 0919-977-3333 o 0915-777-7777 o 02-886-50500. Maaari ring i-download ang Pure Force Citizens app sa Android o iOS upang mabilis na matugunan ang sinumang nangangailangan. Layon din ng OHCC na maiwasang mapuno ang kapasidad ng bawat ospital. Kaya't kung ikaw ay kinakailangang tumawag sa OHCC, mabibigyan ka ng libreng preliminary consultation. Para sa mga nangangailangan ng emergency quick response, makikipag-ugnayan ang OHCC sa DOH Bed Tracker at sa mga ospital upang makahanap agad ng pinakamalapit na bakanteng ospital. Ang transportasyon o ambulansya naman ng ospital na inirefer ng OHCC sa pasyente ang siyang susundo sa bahay nito. Kaya't kapag ikaw ay nakakaranas ng anumang sintomas ng COVID-19 o nangangailangan ng agarang tulong medikal, tumawag lamang sa OHCC at handa silang tumulong sa lahat ng oras.
niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney.
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today?
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster,
aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience,
Serving you with the different skills learned and have fun together.
Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Welcome po sa ating OSDS Hour mula sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at sa bayang naririnig sa DCTC 8 to 8 AM, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac at napapanood sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at sa kanilang FB page sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Ako ang inyong host sa hapon na ito, Ani Michelle Laorzano, at kasama natin ngayon, of course, ang masipag na hepe ng ating SGOD, Dr. Noel L. Linsao. Sir, good afternoon po.
Good afternoon, Ani.
Sir, kamusta po kayo?
Ito, ngayon lang at least itong araw na ito medyo na libre dahil wala kami schedule ng RBI launching.
Okay po. Sir, bago po tayo magsimula, may mga gusto po ba kayong batiin?
Siyempre, binabati ko po ang ating superintendent, Dr. Ronaldo A. Pozo, ng ating dalawang assistant superintendent, si Dr. Armando Capili, Ma'am Maria Silina Vega, siyempre, ang aking kapartner sa Division Office ng CID Chief, Dr. Paulino Dipano. At special mention doon sa mga district supervisors na alam kong naka-tune in na ngayon, katulad ni Ma'am Elsa, Ma'am Marilu, Sir Peter, Ma'am Cecilia, Tessie, Ani, si Lailani, Marisa, Joey, Dek, si Cathy, Loida, Venus, Arsenio, Ma'am Flor, and Arlene.
Ayan, kasi po bago po talaga kami umupo dito, nag-chat po si Sir Noel sa ating mga PSDS na mag-tune in po sa ating OSDS Hour dahil nga po nandito po si Sir ngayon at napakahalaga po ng kanyang mga i-discuss ngayong hapon na ito about SGOD matters. Ayan, so ang pag-uusapan po natin ngayong hapon na ito ay of course tungkol sa SGOD. What is SGOD? Ano po yung trabaho ng SGOD sa DEPED Tarlac Province? So, sir, can you tell us more about SGOD, sir?
Okay. Ang SGOD ay isa sa mga divisions na ito ay nanggaling dito sa ating rationalization program noong 2015, no? So, merong sa division office may tatlo tayong division. There are 3 divisions within the Schools Division of Tarlac Province. One of which is yung ating Office of the School, proper, no? Yung Schools Division Office proper, na andun yung ating mga ASDS, SDS, yung mga nasa sa admin side, yes, no? Sir. Tapos, meron tayong CID or yung Curriculum Implementation Division who takes charge with the curriculum. Kasi nga, yes, di ba, DepEd is the heart of DepEd is CID, okay? So, siyempre, walang DepEd kung walang curriculum, okay? Yes, sir. And the third one is yung yung School Governance and Operations Division. Ito yung support division na umaantabay sa pangangailangan ng CID at ng ating OSDS. These 3 divisions interface with each other. So, ibig sabihin, they complement each other kung saan makakatulong ang bawat isa, doon tayo. So, particularly, school governance and operations by the word itself, it depends on how the school govern itself, and we see to it that the school heads manage the school, and we see to it that their operations are in order. So, yun yung sa amin.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So, yun po, no? So, aside from the CID, of course, nandyan ang SGOD and, of course, the SDO proper. Ayan. Parang kumbaga kung ang CID po ay ang heart, yung SGOD naman ay yung arm. Ayan, ng ating division. So, ano po yung ang SGOD po, sir, may mga units po yan, di po?
Meron. Actually, we have 6 units under the SGOD.
Sir, ano po yung mga units at ano po yung function ng bawat unit na yan, sir?
Okay. So, mag-start tayo dun sa sa unit ng research and planning, no? Research and planning unit. Ito yung unit na umaantabay sa mga research proposal, yung action research. By the way, number 1 tayo sa
Sa region,
and number 2 tayo sa national in terms of number of submitted and approved action researches, di ba? So, yun. So, yung unit na yon will see to it na tama yung ginagawa. And siya nagche-check nung mga ang tawag dito, yung proposals, tama ba yung proposals, and siya rin umaantabay. Kasi pag maganda yung proposal, kasi meron tayong may pondo na nanggagaling sa region.
PR po.
Oo, di ba? So ngayon, under noon ay meron tayong planning unit, kasama si planning unit. Yung ating planning officer si Ma'am Tess. By the way, ang unit head natin sa research ay si Ma'am Queenie Palafox, no? Ang ating planning officer is si Ma'am Tess Agliam. Yung sa planning naman, ano yung nangyayari? So, puro data, no?
Yes, sir.
Yung data, achievement, LIS, ilan yung estudyante sa buong division office, sa buong Tarlac, ilan ang number of teachers, ilang upuan meron tayo, ilang desk. So, the planning unit, sa kanya, trabaho nila yon. See to it na lahat ng data na kailangan ng school, lahat ng data na kailangan ng ating departamento ay maibigay nila on time and accurate. So, yun yun. So, that's the first, research and planning unit. And the second one is yung school management and monitoring and evaluation unit. Ito yung pinangunahan naman ni Dr. Carlos Hipolito. So, siya naman yung tumitingin doon sa management ng mga schools. At the same time, habang tinitingnan na yung how the school is managing the school, pumapasok na rin yung monitoring and evaluation. Monitor nila yung school in terms of their achievement, in terms of their accomplishments, and then ando na yun. SBM, anda sa kanya yan.
Yes,
and then i-evaluate nila. And the SBM is one of the evaluation tools. No?
Yes, sir. Okay.
So yan, so si Sir Kaloy dyan. Susunod naman yung SOCMOB o yung Social Mobilization and Networking Unit. Ngayon naka-OIC ang ating naka-OIC si dating ating PDO2 na sa DRRM, si Sir Lawrence Santiago. So siya ngayon na naka-OIC dahil na-promote si Sir Rolly Carion from SEPS or Senior Education Program Specialist. Na-promote siya na Education Program Supervisor ng SGOD. So ano yung number 1 na trabaho ni SOCMOB? Number 1 is manghalap ng pondo.
Yes, sir.
Manghalap ng mga resources, tumingin ng makipaggawa ng MOA, ng MOU or yung Memorandum of Understanding, Memorandum of Agreement sa mga donors natin, sa mga companies na yun yung tumutulong naman sa mga schools at saka sa division office. So nakalagay SOCMOB and networking. So talagang kailangan maganda ang networking skills nung tao diyan, no? Kasi kung hindi mahirapan silang mga makakalap o mga donors. Kasama diyan yung sa lupa, no? Yung mga titling kasama sa trabaho nila yan.
Buildings, kasama din.
Kasama rin yung buildings dyan, yung pangangalap din ng pondo. Kasama din dyan yung, yung tinatawag natin na yung establishment ng mga schools.
Yes, sir.
Establishment ng schools, conversion of schools from primary to complete elementary, o kaya mag-integrate, integrated, and then separation ng integrated schools, separate na sa elementary at saka sa high school. So, ganun ang trabaho nila. Ina-assist nila. They provide technical assistance sa lahat ng mga school heads natin, no? Pagdating dyan. So, yun ang main functions nila. And then, susunod natin ay ang ating HRD or yung Human Resource Development Unit na pinangungunahan naman ni Jean, no? Jean Feliciano. Jean Therese Feliciano. Siya naman yung in charge sa mga training. Lahat ng trainings ng division, school man yan o division office, siya yan. Siya yung gumagawa. Or sa kanya dumadaan, sa kanya ini-evaluate. Siya nag-evaluate kung ano ba o kung tama ba ang direksyon. Kasi hindi naman pwede na naisipan ng isa, uy, magpa-training akong ganito. Hindi, di ba? So, meron tayong mga certain parameters kung paano natin mai-conduct yung mga trainings na yun. Let's see to it na walang nag-overlap. So,
yes, sir. Just like the competency assessment.
Yes. Oo, kasama yan. Kasi, yun ang trabaho nila. And then, part of it is yung succession and exit plan.
Yes, sir.
Yung, siyempre, kunyari, ako, in my case, I'll be turning 60 next month. So, kahit na anytime, pwede na pwede na mag-retire, no? O kaya, ngayon pa lang, as early as this, meron ng succession and exit plan si Jean para sa akin. So, meron ng, meron ng kunyari, kung sino yung mga pwedeng matrain, kung gustong matrain, or the position. Kasi, yun ang kailangan natin sa ating division office, yung succession and exit plan. So, bakit kailangan? Para magkaroon ng continuity of service na hindi nangangapa yung susunod. Okay. So, sa kanya lahat, yung mga training funds, sa kanya lahat yan. So, yung mga, tinan nyo yung mga QRF coded na mga certificates. Yun. Basta dumaan sa kanya, meron doon. So, it's one measure na masasabi natin na pag galing sa HRD ang mga certificates ay legit, authentic, no?
Yes, sir.
Hindi pwedeng doktorin yun kasi nga may QR code siya, no? Okay. So yung sa HRD. And then, sunod natin ay ang ating sa engineering, no? Engineering, Educational Facilities Unit na pinangungunahan naman ni Engineer Harold Pontecia. Okay, so alam na mga school heads yan, alam na mga teachers natin, no, co-teachers natin nakikinig ngayon, na sila yung in charge naman doon sa repair, no? Nagre-request ng repair, request ng demolition, request ng construction of new facilities. Yan ang trabaho naman ni engineer. Nagfi-field sila talaga. Tapos pag may mga construction or may mga ginagawang repair, they see to it na tama. Kung ang pako dapat na ginamit ay di-uno, dapat di-uno yun. Kasi pag binunot yun at naging medya lang, so it's a violation of the contract. So, ganun siya, no? So, bakit palaging wala si engineer sa opisina? Well, kasi andun siya sa mga, nag-i-inspect to see to it na yung nakalagay dun sa
plano.
Specification, no? Sa plano at saka yung mga materials, ay yun talaga ang ginagamit. Because we don't want to shortchange the government.
Yes, sir.
Diba?
Especially yung mga school heads po ay wala naman po talagang formal training regarding the specification ng mga yung sizes ng bakal, di ba po, sa mga construction. Kaya kailangan mag-assist po si engineer.
Actually, during my time as school head, meron kaming training yan.
Okay po.
Oo. Na-train ako sa I think, Bataan. Doon kami. We were trained for 3 days para ipakita sa amin yung size ng bakal. Yung 9mm, 10mm, yung 12mm. Paano ba ang paghalo sa semento? O ano ba yung gaano kadaming buhangin, yung tubig, bato, yung graba, at saka yung semento. So, na-train kami sa ganyan.
Sana may ganun, sir.
Dapat,
Sabihin
sige.
natin kay Jean.
Siguro, one of these days, sige, sabihin natin na yun. Nakita mo. So, ibabato natin kay Jean kaagad yan. Na magkaroon talaga ng special training ang mga schoolheads. Tama ka. Magkaroon ng special training ang mga schoolheads natin regarding this matter. Kasi nga, sila yung andun eh. Sila yung nakakita. Makita lang. Kasi yung makita mo lang na, makita mo yun. 9mm lang yan. Tingnan mo yung sa plano. Ay, 10mm dapat yan eh. So, pwede mo nang sabihin as a student, sabihin mo na doon sa foreman. Sabi mo, foreman, magkakaroon ka ng problema pag tinuloy mo yan kasi dinireport kita. Okay.
Saka especially, sir, may mga may mga parts doon sa building halimbawa na hindi properly placed.
Yes.
Halimbawa, yung mga motor ng tubig nilagay lang doon pero sa plano,
wala.
hindi dapat ganon. So, para sa safety din po ng mga bata at ng mga teachers.
Tama ka dyan. Kasi hindi lang yung hindi lang yung sizes. Gaano kalayo sa isang bakal sa bakal? Gaano? How many centimeters? Dapat alam mo yun. Kasi pwedeng mandaya dun eh. Kasi nakalagay doon 1 inch dapat ang pagitan ng dalawang bakal, ginawa niyang 1.5. So na short change ka na ng 1/2 inch. So ganun. Yun yung trabaho ni engineer. Ang mahirap, ang pwede pa nilang gawin, no, yung kunyari nakita mo na constructed na yung poste, ay hindi mo makita. Pwedeng tiktikin yun eh. Pwedeng just to see na talagang tama mo yung bakal na nakakabit. So yun yung trabaho nila. And then, the 6th one na tayo.
Pang-anim na.
Pang-anim na, yung School Health and Nutrition Unit na pinangunahan ni Dr. Malen Manalo. Okay. Meron tayong 8 dentists at meron tayong 32 na nurses na naka-deploy or nangangalaga sa kalusugan ng mga estudyante natin. Regular ang kanilang program dito, di ba?
Yes, sir.
So, madami silang programs. So, hindi ko na siguro sasabihin kung ano yung mga programs nila. But basically, ang kailangan talaga, bakit sila andito, is to take care, to take charge of the health concerns of all of our learners, as well as, siyempre, pati tayo.
Yes, sir.
Kasi sa division office, regular na minomonitor yung mga blood pressure. So, one time doon ako nahuli ni that time si yung ating namatay na medical officer si Dr. Mangahas, no? So daily kinukuhanan kami ng BP ng blood pressure reading, no? At that time nasa 180 over 140 yata yung aking BP. Sabi nung nurse, "Sir, mataas." Normal ko yan eh. That was mga 7 years ago siguro, 10 years ago. Normal ko yan kahong ganun. Normal ko yan. Hindi, sir, hindi mo normal yan. 5 years lang pala. Hindi mo normal yan, sir. Hindi. Sir, upo ka lang dyan, sabi ganun. And then, pumunta kay Dr. Aileen. Tapos si Dr. Aileen, umakyat sa opisina ko. Sabi niya, "Sir, ito, pinainom ako. Katapres siya tao. Diyan ka lang, sir. Huwag kang gagalaw. Huwag kang basta diyan ka lang nakaupo." "Bakit ako?" Ayun, "Sir, hindi normal ang 180 over 140. Sabi niya gano'n. So, niresetahan niya ako and then binigyan ng referral at yun nga, na 2D echo pa ako noon and everything. And then, nag-prescribe sila sa akin talaga na pag-maintenance. And sa awa ng Diyos, up to this time, I have a normal 120 over 80. Doon kasi na-maintain doon sa maintenance, no? So, yun yung purpose kung bakit andyan ang mga nurses natin. Ngayon, lalo ngayon, during the pandemic, andun sila sa triage, no? So, to see to it na wala makapasok na-expose sa COVID or may symptoms. So, yun yung trabaho nila, na-i-screen. Kasi nga, sabi, wala namang pasok eh. Bakit? May pasok ang mga nurses, may pasok ang mga dentist. Hindi lang naman kasi yun ang ginagawa nila. Yung mga dentist natin, pumupunta sila sa mga schools kasi inspection of yung bago nating dental clinic, di ba? May clinic na galing sa central office na ang gaganda ng mga maganda yung mga yung
Kasi-
dental chair.
Yes, sir. Kamahal nun, sir.
Oo, tapos yung clinic talagang may hospital bed, di ba? Kompleto.
Yes, sir. Opo.
Kompleto. Halos kompleto. Ang wala na operating table. So hindi naman natin kailangan yun. So mga So ang ating mga dentists, mga nurses, pumupunta pa rin sa school. Tinitignan nila kung gaano yung kahandaan ba ng schools natin. At saka yun, siyempre yung nag-duty sila.
Yes,
sa
sir.
no? At saka dito
Tsaka
may
dito, sir.
duty, no?
Opo.
Parang sila yung guardian natin anti-COVID sa
Opo.
COVID, no?
Yes,
So those are the some of the mga functions ng ating mga units na meron namang may mga slots naman sila na pinapaliwanag nila kung paano yung ginagawa nila at anong ginagawa nila, ano yung mga tawag dito, yung kanilang purpose in SGOD. So ganon. So makakaasa naman po lahat ng nakikinig na patuloy nung every Friday, no, yung slot ng yung may SGOD, okay. Later sabi ko nga pwede siguro maging regular feature yung itanong mo kay doc, itanong mo kay nurse, no? Kasi marami silang matututunan, no? Ako, na-impress din ako sa ating mga nurses. Gagaling, no? Gagaling lang mag-host,
Yes,
gagaling
sir.
lang
Hindi lang doon sa sa
Oo.
kanilang profession, kundi
Oo.
sa iba pang area ay pwede po silang itap. Opo.
Definitely. So those are the 6 units, functional units of SGOD.
At ngayon, sir, parang ang SGOD ay ang SOCMOB po ay ongoing yung kanilang evaluation ng brigada eskwela. Sir,
Yes, because we have a deadline. So makikita kung sino yung magko-qualify sa atin. Yun naman yung gagawin natin na parang entry natin sa regional level.
Yes, sir.
So,
So
yun.
parang they make sure na yung papasok talaga sa regional level ay talagang
Karapat dapat. Yung bang magsesel lang tayo just for the sake of participation. Siyempre gusto natin, pag nag-send tayo doon, ay dapat manalo tayo, di ba?
sir.
And yun ang trabaho ng SOCMOB.
Opo, sir.
And karamihan, lahat ng units are represented doon kasi nga it's about governance and operations.
Yes, sir. Opo. So, ilang years na po kayong SGOD chief, sir?
Since they start, 2015, I still remember January 13, 2015.
Wow. So, 6 years na kayo na SGOD chief, sir.
Nakaano na ako, step 3.
3. Yes, sir. Integrated na agad dahil sa Project Simple. So, bilang SGOD chief, sir, alam ko po hindi po madali ang trabaho po ninyo. Ano po yung mga challenges na na-encounter ninyo bilang SGOD chief at paano nyo po sinolve yung mga challenges na yun, sir?
Number one, one of the challenges is yung sa tao. How would you make the actions cohesive? How would you make your companions in the division ang movement ay isa lang? So yun, one of the challenges. And hindi naman ako nahirapan siguro sa challenge na yun kasi nga naging open communication naman ako sa sa mga nasa SGOD.
At saka knowing you, sir, very hands-on po kayo sa
Oo.
mga tao.
Oo. Kasi siyempre ayoko yung utos-utos. Hindi. Basta siguro when I need reports, bigyan nila sa akin. And then sometimes ako pa nagko-consolidate.
Opo,
Kasi mas
sa posisyon nyo ngayon, sir, nagko-consolidate na kayo talaga, sir. Tsaka sinasabi nyo minsan sa amin, sir, send to my email, sabi nyo po talaga.
Oo, kasi nga ganun. Lalo na yung may mga reports na talagang through the phone, no, or to messenger, sasabihin, we need the report at 6 o'clock p.m.
Yes,
Parang
sir.
gano'n, marireceive mo siya ng alas 4. Alas 4 ng hapon. So, ang nagugulo nga ay mga district supervisors, di ba?
Yes,
Kasi once na na-receive ko yun, bato ko naman kaagad. And then palagi 5:30. Sabi ko, if that is 6 o'clock, dapat 5:30 nasa akin na because I have to do the consolidation. And then, may mga hindi nakakasunod sa oras. So, iniiwan ko talaga kasi nga ganun yun eh.
Opo.
Kung ano lang yung maibigay sa iyo, available, yun lang ibibigay ko kay sir.
Opo. And to think na talagang kahit na holiday minsan, kailangan yung ibato yun sa amin kasi kailangan din ng central office yung data. Parang mga ganun, sir.
Kasi as SGOD chief, my work is 24/7. 25/8. May extra, no? So, ganun kami sa SGOD. Talagang, walang oras talaga. In the name of service, talagang, one of the challenges is yung, how about na isang unit na under you ay late sa submission ng report? O, patay ka.
Opo.
O, patay ka. Siyempre, kahit sabihin mo na it's a fault of the unit, but it's my fault, yung command responsibility.
Yes, sir.
So, sabi, ako hindi ko na, ngayon, dati no, nagagalit ako. Pero ngayon hindi ako nagagalit.
Huwag ka na mapastress, sir.
Oo, basta sasabihin ko sa kanila, sana wag na ma-audit ito. And then, huwag kayong mag-alala kasi hindi ko naman kailalaglag. Parang ganun. I will take the responsibility from them. Kasi nga, sabi nga, at the end of the day, at the end of the line, sa akin pa rin yun.
Sa inyo pa rin. Dahil kayo po yung front doon, kayo yung tatay.
Kaya ako minsan, nahiya naman ako kay sir kasi nga, may mga ganun, may mga lapses talaga. Nothing is perfect, no? May mga lapses. And, yun. Nahiya naman ako kasi hindi naman niya ako pinapagalitan. Wala akong maririnig sa kanya, pero siyempre, kung may hiya kang tao, di ba? May hiya ka sa kanya, di ba? So, napakahirap napakabait na tao, tapos, mangyayari pang nakukulang attention because of your unit, of your division. So, yun. So, yun naman ang palagi kong sinasabi sa mga kasamahan ko na let's do our job. Kanina nga, mayroon akong heart-to-heart talk with them. Ang sabi ko sa kanila ganito, if the deadline is on the 10th, make sure on the 7th nasa akin na.
Kasi ko-consolidate nyo pa.
Hindi naman, not necessarily ko-consolidate, but I have to study kung ano pa yung pwede. So that is my tall order kanina. Palagi, 3 days before the deadline, I want it on my table.
Kaya po napaka-efficient po ng unit ng SGOD division.
Because I have efficient people.
Yes, sir.
Tandaan. Yun ang
because we have an efficient chief.
Hindi kasi kung hindi, nakikita ka kasi nila pag nagtatrabaho ka, kasi kung hindi ka nagtatrabaho, hindi rin magtatrabaho. So I see to it, I always set the example, the model.
Yes, sir.
Palagi kong sinasabi na, pag trabaho, pag tawanan tayo. Ganun lang.
Opo. Sir, thank you very much po for enlightening us on the units ng SGOD, gayon din sa, of course, hindi maiwasan ng mga challenges, but then, ang importante, you were able to rise above the challenge. So, thank you, Sir Noel Linsao, ang ating SGOD Chief. Yun po ang sa ating OSDS Hour. Muli, ako ang inyong host sa hour na ito, ni Michelle F. Laorzano, na nagsasabing sa SDO Tarlac Province, mahalaga ka, pinapahalagahan ka, Aral TarlakHenyo. Maraming salamat po.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganun din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. hindi natin alam, we are contributing, we are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud, I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZDZ 828. Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.